Killing a monster is not easy. Movies tell you it is. One silver bullet, one clean swing, and the thing drops. But the truth is worse. Real monsters don't fall the first time. They keep coming. And by the time you understand what you're really facing, it's already too late. Sheriff George Lost and his oldest friend, David Winters, sat in the small second-story office of the sheriff's station in Daggerlin, Ohio. The window looked out over Main Street, porch lights glowing against the pool of Lake Erie. The room was quiet, heavy, the kind of silence that settles when two men have already said too much. It began with Samantha Granger, 8 years old, whose footprints ended at the bluff with no trace beyond. Then Josh Maddox. George and David had saved him at the last possible second. The Harpers tried to escape down Lake Road. Their SUV died. By the time help arrived, their children were the only ones left. The town mechanic, Marcus Wilkins, nearly gave his life saving those kids, bleeding out in the road while the creature grinned. And then Frank Greeley's trawler set ablaze on the water, the old man swearing something had struck the hull just before the fire. Every sign pointed to the same truth. Daggerlin was marked. Bullets didn't matter. The rules didn't matter. Whatever lived in the lake wasn't finished. Now, George and David sat in the dim office, watching the town go still below them, both men knowing the same thing. Time was running out. The desk between them was buried under books, hardcovers, paperbacks, loose photocopies, a patchwork of anything that even whispered about monsters. Some came from the town library, spines cracked from decades of dust. Others had arrived in brown boxes on George's porch. A few had no publisher's mark at all, ordered from strange websites with names like hauntedstuff.com, their pages reeking of ink and mildew. There were bestiaries that read like novels, field guides on folklore, even pulp paperbacks with lurid covers, demons, lake serpents, ghost of the drowned. Half of it contradicted the other half. It was hard to know what was real, what was an old wives' tale, or what was just a writer's imagination. But they weren't leaving anything to chance. If there was a way to kill the thing in the lake, they'd find it. The coffee pot hissed in the corner, filling the room with the smell of burnt grounds and bitter steam. Mugs sat within reach, half drunk and cooling, as George flipped through a yellowed encyclopedia of cryptids while David scribbled notes on a legal pad. The sheriff's office felt less like a place of law and more like a college dorm at night. Two exhausted men trying to cram for a test they couldn't afford to fail. David rubbed his temples. We don't even know where to start. Half these books say monsters hate silver. The other half says they don't care. Fire, iron, salt, holy water. Take your pick. George didn't look up from his book. So we try all of it, he said. The silence pressed back in, broken only by the soft churning of pages and the tick of the wall clock. On the table, the books painted a fractured history of fear, but together, they told the same story. People had been seeing strange things in the water for as long as they'd been writing things down. There were stories of river demons that pulled children under, of fishermen vanishing without a trace, of something waiting in the dark. One paperback claimed some creatures only went for the liver, dense with iron, fat, nutrients. Predators choosing the richest prize. David read it aloud, voice low. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? George didn't answer, but his jaw set hard. One of the thinner volumes had come from a strange site online, half folklore and half conspiracy. It mentioned something called the Shockway, A legend from the Philippines about a creature that dragged people under from the shallows. Part human, part fish, with claws like hooks. David muttered, "Could be the same thing, different place, different name." Lore overlapped. Some said silver, others fire. A few swore by salt, by prayer, by iron. Nothing was consistent. For every book that promised a weakness, another claimed it didn't matter, that the monster always came back. David closed one with a snap. "We're digging through 1,000 years of stories, and they all end the same way," he said. George stared at the mess of paper and ink between them. "Then maybe it's on us to write a new ending." The clock ticked. The lake's water lapped against the shore. And in the sheriff's office, two old friends leaned closer to the mess of books, searching for the one thing no one else had found: a way to kill it. David thumbed through a dog-eared paperback, half folklore, half survival guide. His eyes snagged on a short passage. "All right, hold on, listen to this," he read aloud. "Some freshwater demons cannot survive in the ocean. Salt water burns them, weakens them, drives them away. Salt is their undoing." George leaned over, brow furrowing. Freshwater. David tapped the page. "Maybe that's why it sticks to the lake. It's not just hunting here, it's trapped here." George reached for another book, flipping quickly until he found the line he remembered. His finger pressed against the page. Here, same thing. Known to consume the liver of its victims, avoiding other organs. Sensitive to salt. Strongest weakness believed to be silver. The room went still for a moment. David sat back in the chair, exhaling. Salt and silver. This might be as close as we're gonna get. George rubbed a hand down his jaw. "Well, salt we can manage. Bags of it. Barrels if we have to. But silver, that's another story." David leaned back, eyes narrowing in thought. "Not if Marcus is still breathing. You've seen his shop. He's got more than wrenches in there. Old kiln, scrap piles. Hell, he's practically been running a forge for years. Fixes half the farm equipment in the county with it." George frowned. "That's a big leap from welding plow blades to making something that can kill whatever this thing is." David's voice dropped. "It's all fire and steel, George. If anyone can shape silver into something sharp enough to matter, it's him." The sheriff didn't answer right away. He flipped the book shut, staring at the title on its cracked spine. Encyclopedia of Aquatic Aberrations. The leather was worn, the pages swollen with age, but the words inside had given them more than just fear. It'd given them direction. He set it aside. "Yeah, maybe Marcus can do it." David leaned forward, elbows on the table. "And the salt. We don't just carry it, we use it. We line the boat, throw it at the thing. Whatever it takes to slow it down." George rubbed his jaw, the day's stubble rough against his hand. "All right, well, then we'll need more than a few bags from the grocery store. Whole pallets, if we can get them." The clock ticked. Outside, the wind pressed against the old glass panes, carrying the low hush of the waves. Finally, George stood, sliding the encyclopedia aside and reaching for his coat. All right, we go to Marcus. If he can forge silver into something we can use, we put it in our hands. And the salt, we'll find enough of it. Let's just hope it works." George rubbed at his eyes, then glanced at the duty roster tacked crooked on the wall. "It's just Mendez and Hawkins with me now. Watterson packed up and left town yesterday. Said he had family in Columbus and wasn't sticking around to see what else came out of that lake. David gave a short nod, not surprised. George exhaled. When they're back, we'll meet up and tell them what we've got. It's not proof. Hell, it's barely more than guesswork, but it's better than nothing. The room fell quiet again. David pushed back from the table, his chair legs scraping soft against the floorboards. I should spend time with Owen today, he began. His voice was low, almost apologetic. All this matters, but so does time with him. I just feel like I'm never there for him lately, He rubbed a hand over his face, searching for words. I thought about sending him away, inland, maybe out of state. But the truth is, I think he's safer here. God knows he wants to stay. And he's never alone. When I'm out, he's with Joe and Crichton every minute, and that dog doesn't let him out of his sight. Uprooting him, dumping him with strangers or distant family, it just feels wrong. George studied him for a moment, then said quietly, "He's a good kid." That pulled a faint smile out of David. Yeah, he is. And he looks up to you, George. He's got it so deep in that damn head of his that one day you and him are going to be working together. Drives me nuts sometimes. I keep waiting for him to change his mind, to say he wants to be a fireman or a doctor or I don't know, something, but it's always a cop. Always. George smiled at that. Well, your boy is smarter than half the deputies I've trained, he said. David shook his head, still smiling, but there was a tiredness behind it. George leaned in slightly, voice low. You know your son loves you, Dave. You know that, right? David's smile faltered just a little, but he nodded again. Yeah, I know. George held his gaze a moment longer. I wouldn't be surprised if he was out on the lake one day, helping out, watching over people like you do. David just nodded and forced a small smile. The silence between them said the rest. Mark Hanlon worked the lines loose at Edgewater Marina in Cleveland, coiling each neatly before stepping back aboard. He'd already checked the bilge, cracked the hatches, sniffed for fuel, safety gear stowed, radio tested, tank topped. Every box ticked. All right, forecast looks perfect, he said, settling into the helm seat. Calm all day, light westerly winds. Couldn't ask for better. Across from him, his wife Ellen handed him a travel mug. You always say that right before you start the checklist over again. Mark smirked but didn't deny it. Well, habits keep us alive, honey. Their son Ryan sat forward with a folded chart across his knees, tracing the shoreline eastward with his finger. So we'll go past Euclid, then Menor, Daggerlin, Ashtabula, and Geneva on the lake. Ellen glanced over, amused by his concentration. Pretty good pronunciations. You sound like a tour guide. Ryan grinned and folded the chart carefully, tucking it beside him. Mark eased the throttle forward, the engine settling into a steady hum as the boat slipped out of the marina into open water. A low wake curled behind them as the Cleveland skyline blurred into the haze. They headed east. Marcus Wilkins looked like he'd been stitched together with wire and gauze. The lights of the hospital room gave his skin a gray cast. Machines hummed softly around him, each beep a reminder he was still holding on. When George and David stepped inside, Marcus shifted in the bed, trying to sit up straighter. He winced, cursed under his breath, then waved him off before either man could tell him to take it easy.
"Oh, don't look at me like that,"
Marcus rasped.
"I'm not dead yet."
David pulled the chair closer to the bed, setting his forearms on his knees.
"No one's saying you are, but you came close," he said.
Marcus grimaced faintly, though it tugged at his stitches. George remained standing, his hat in one hand, the other resting on the back of David's chair. He studied the old mechanic for a moment before speaking.
"Well, we've been going through everything we can get our hands on. Folklore, old records, whatever's out there."
Marcus's tired eyes studied the men.
"And?"
David leaned forward.
"Well, we think salt weakens it. Silver might be able to kill it."
Marcus didn't say a word. He just sat and thought.
"Salt and silver."
He trailed off and nodded to himself.
"My grandfather used to talk about things like that."
George and David exchanged a glance. Marcus wet his lips, voice low but steady.
"If that's true, if salt weakens it, then you can use it to slow the thing down. Blind it. Burn it, if you can. And the silver..."
His hand twitched against the blanket, like he could feel the weight of a tool in it.
"Silver, it has to be shaped into something that'll cut deep. A blade, a spike. Doesn't matter what, as long as it gets through the skin."
David leaned closer. "You think you can do it?" Marcus's eyes locked on his.
"Well, you bring me the metal. Maybe I'll find a way. Soon as they let me out of this damn place, I'll be back at the shop. I can melt it down, shape it, give you something real to carry out there. I'd slow you down in a fight. Won't last 5 minutes on that water. But maybe I can still help."
The room was quiet again, except for the monitor. Finally, Marcus nodded once, firm.
"Bring me silver. Whatever you can get."
George gave a firm nod. For a moment, the three men held each other's gaze, all of them battered in different ways, all of them bound to the same fight. George set his hat back on his head.
"All right, get some rest, Marcus. We'll check in with you, okay?"
Marcus nodded, leaned back against the pillow, and closed his eyes. Out in the hallway, George and David walked in silence until they reached the front doors. The night air was cool, carrying the faint smell of rain off the lake. George adjusted his hat, already looking toward the cruiser parked under the streetlight.
"I'm heading back to the station. Mendez and Hawkins will be pulling in soon. I want them up to speed."
David nodded.
Yeah. I'm gonna check on Owen."
For a second, neither spoke. Then George put a hand briefly on David's shoulder.
"All right, I'll see you in the morning."
"Yeah, see ya." They went their separate ways. George toward the sheriff's office. David toward home. Owen was already out in the yard when David pulled up, Crichton bounding at his side with a neon frisbee clamped between his teeth. The boy waved, the dog barked, and David felt some of the weight in his chest lift.
"Hey, you two,"
David said, rolling his shoulders as he walked onto the grass.
"Dad, catch!"
Owen called, and heaved the frisbee. It sailed wide, but Crichton lunged after it, paws skidding in the dirt before he snagged it out of the air. He trotted back, tail wagging like a metronome, and dropped it at David's feet. David laughed despite himself and sent it spinning again. Owen tore across the yard with the dog like there was nothing more important in the world. And for a few minutes, that's all it was. Running, catching, laughing. Normal. When Owen collapsed out of the grass, gasping for breath, David lowered down beside him. Crichton flopped against their legs, chewing the edge of the disc. "Hey," David said quietly. I know I haven't been around as much as I should have been, since your mom." He stopped, rubbed the back of his neck, tired again. It's been hard. But I love you, right?" Owen sat up, still catching his breath. "Yeah, Dad, I know." David managed to smile, pulling the boy into a quick, tight hug before ruffling his hair. "Oh, huh? Well, good." He smiled. Owen grinned and shoved at his arm. "You're sweaty." "Yeah, well, so are you," David said, giving him a playful nudge that nearly tipped him over. Crichton nudged the frisbee into Owen's lap, tail wagging expectantly. Owen laughed, pushing himself up. He cocked his arm back and sent the disc spinning across the yard. Crichton tore after it, paws thudding through the grass, leaping high to snatch it from the air. David whistled. "Not bad. That one actually went straight." Owen puffed out his chest. "Yeah, I told you I was getting better." David smiled and gave his son's shoulder a little squeeze. Crichton bounded back and dropped the frisbee at his feet. David snapped his wrist, sending it on a high arc. The shepherd sprinted, leapt, and came down rolling before popping up with the disc clamped tight. Both of them laughed as Crichton pranced back like he'd just won a trophy. For a few minutes, nothing else mattered. Just the boy, the dog, and the father, trading throws and laughter under a sky that hadn't yet gone dark. The sheriff's office was quiet, the kind of late-night stillness that made the old building creak. George sat at his desk, one lamp burning low, a mug of coffee cooling beside the radio. The base unit crackled.
"Sheriff's office, this is dispatch."
The voice was female, unmistakably civilian. Clara Hensley, who'd run the board for 10 years. She wasn't a sworn officer, but she was the one who kept the phones, the logs, and the radio calls moving along in an orderly fashion. George thumbed the mic.
"Go ahead, Clara."
"Got a call routed from Coast Guard relay. Family out of Cleveland, 30-foot powerboat. They lost their engine about 5 miles west of Palmer's Bluff. They're drifting. 2 adults, 1 child on board."
George straightened.
"Any injuries reported?"
"Negative,"
Clara said.
"but the family's scared. They tried to drop anchor, but it's not catching bottom, and they're still drifting. They sound pretty panicked."
George pressed a hand against his brow, picturing a dead boat rolling east with the current, a family sitting helpless on deck while the lake moved beneath them. He keyed the mic.
"What's their position again?"
Clara came back.
5 miles west of Palmer's Bluff. Closest landmark they gave was a lighted buoy just north of their track. Currents pushing them inshore."
Static flared, then Mendez cut in.
"Sheriff, we're within 5 minutes of the marina. Hawkins and I can be on the water fast."
George checked the clock on the wall. He was at least 20 minutes out. He pressed the key. No, negative. Hold position. Wait for me to get there. I don't want you going in alone." Static filled the gap for a moment. Then Mendez's voice came back, firm.
"Sheriff, by the time you're on the water, that family could be pushed into the rocks. They've got a kid aboard. They're already panicked. We can't just sit here."
George's fingers drummed against the desk, the tick of the wall clock loud in his ears. 20 minutes. He pictured a powerless boat, anchor dragging, a family huddled under a canopy while the lake nudged them closer to a rocky shore. Another pause. Her voice returned, clipped but steady.
"We've got sidearms, flares, radios. We're not helpless. And if we sit on shore waiting for backup, we're not deputies either. You taught me that.
George closed his eyes. In the glass of the office window, he caught the faint reflection of his own tired face. Worn, hollow. Too many nights replaying the same losses. Samantha, the Harpers, Marcus almost dying on the asphalt. Finally, he pressed the key again. Voice rough. 10-4, launch from the marina. Get eyes on him. And you stay in contact every minute, you hear me? I'll be there as fast as I can.
Copy that,
Mendez said.
We'll bring him in.
George set the mic down and grabbed the keys, the shotgun from the rack, and a box of shells. Shaking his head, he even snatched the half-empty salt shaker off the table, knowing damn well it probably wouldn't do a thing. He wished he had more time. The gravel lot at Daggerlin Point Marina crunched under George's tires as he pulled in. The rain had stopped, but the air still carried the wet metal smell that always came before a storm. Headlights cut across the rows of empty slips until they landed on David's truck already parked near the dock. David climbed out, a half-torn bag of road salt slung over one shoulder. He gave a short nod, jaw tight, and dropped it into the patrol boat with a dull thud. Hey, left over from winter. Figured it's better than nothing. George tossed the shotgun case aboard, checked the radio, and scanned the deck with quick, practiced motions. His face was pale under the dock lights, but his hand stayed steady. The base unit crackled once, then nothing. George frowned, thumbed the mic. Mendez, Hawkins, you copy? Static. He tried again. Mendez, report. The radio hissed, then fell silent. David glanced at him, worry plain in his eyes. How long since you heard from him? Too long. George's voice was flat. He clipped the mic back into place and reached for the ignition. He paused, looking over at David. You don't have to come, you know. I can handle the boat well enough myself. David shook his head before George even finished. Not a chance. You're not going out there alone. Dave, George began. We're not ready yet. And if something happens to you, I'm coming with you, George. David interrupted. That family's out there. Mendez and Hawkins are out there. Now let's go. For a moment, the two men just stared at each other, the boat rocking gently against the dock. Then George gave a slow nod and stepped back. David slid behind the wheel, turned the key, and the outboards rumbled alive. Salt bag braced against the console at his knee. All right, hang on. The patrol boat nosed out of the slip, spray catching the dock lights as it cut into the dark water. George braced himself on the rail, eyes fixed on the black horizon ahead. For just a moment, he let himself remember another night on the water. Him and David as boys, sneaking Joe's old skiff out past the breakwall, laughing like idiots as they pointed the bow towards Erie's endless dark. Two kids daring the lake to take them. Now, years later, the same two men were headed back into that same dark. Older, heavier, and carrying the weight of the whole town on their shoulders. But they weren't ready. The patrol boat cut through the black water, bow light sweeping pale arcs across the chop. Spray hissed along the hull, every splash louder than it should have been. Neither man spoke. David eased the throttles back as a shadow took shape ahead, a white fiberglass hull drifting broadside to the current. The Hanlon's boat. Its running lights glowed weakly, casting red and green streaks over the water. A thin fog had rolled in with the current, soft and uneven. It shifted across the decks, swallowing details until the bow light caught them. Beside it, tied clumsily along the port rail, Another shape floated, smaller. The county patrol skiff. George's gut sank. He didn't have to say it aloud. David brought them in slowly, engine hum dropping to a low growl. Both boats rocked against each other in the dark, their lines creaking with each shift of the current. No movement on deck. No voices. The fog thickened in patches, curling over the rails, softening the outlines of empty chairs and windows. A child's life jacket lay abandoned near the stern, half shrouded in mist. On the county skiff, the floodlight still burned, its beam cut to ribbons by the haze, aimed uselessly out across the water. There was no one there. David throttled into neutral. The three boats, theirs, the patrol skiff, and the Hanlon's cruiser, knocked gently together in the current, the sound too ordinary, too normal. George scanned the decks, eyes narrowed. No sign of Mendez. No sign of the family. His voice was low, even, but David could hear the tension in it. The wind carried across the water, and the boats rocked again. The sound of rope straining against cleats filled the silence. For a long moment, neither man moved, just listening, just waiting. The fog pressed in closer, damp and heavy, muffling even the slap of water against the hull. It was the kind of quiet that felt wrong, not peaceful, but eerie. David finally reached for the cleat line. "Let's tie up." George nodded once. "Stay together. No splitting up." "Wouldn't dream of it," David replied. David looped the rope and hauled the patrol boat against the skiff. The hulls kissed with a hollow thud, then settled into a slow rhythm with the current. George chambered around in the shotgun, the click loud in the fog. "You board first, I'll cover." David slung the salt bag higher on his shoulder, hand brushing the pistol at his hip, the one George always made him bring, just in case. He stepped across the gap, boots landing on fiberglass that creaked under his weight. George was right behind him, shotgun raised. The fog curled low across the deck, carrying the faint smell of brine and something else. David swept the beam of a handheld flashlight along the deck. The mist caught the light and blurred it, revealing only fragments. An overturned cooler, a towel stiff with lake water, the empty life jacket by the stern. He swept slower, steady, letting the light crawl across the deck. The fog smeared every edge, made every shape look wrong. He paused at his shadow by the cabin door, heart ticking faster, then let out a breath when it turned out to be nothing more than a folded deck chair half collapsed against the wall. George's boots creaked behind him, shotgun steady at his shoulder. The patrol skiff rocked against the cruiser, ropes groaning, as though the lake was tugging at them, impatient. David angled the light lower. Something dark streaked across the non-slip decking, faint but unmistakable. His jaw tightened. "George?" The sheriff stepped up, peering down. Smears, drying, worked into the tread. Blood. A few feet farther on, the beam caught metal. A gun lay on its side, half slick, the polymer grip streaked crimson. George crouched, eyes hard, shotgun never wavering from the shadows. He reached out, thumb and forefinger lifting the pistol by the trigger guard. "Issued," he muttered. "Mendez." The word hung between them. David's flashlight beam trembled slightly as he swept it across the deck again, over the cooler, the towel, the streaks of blood leading nowhere. The fog curled heavier, blurring the rails until the lake seemed to vanish just beyond arm's reach. And then it came, a sound cutting through the quiet. A splash, Not the sharp crack of a fish, not the roll of a wave. Heavy, deliberate, something breaking the surface and sinking back down again. Both men froze. David swung the flashlight toward the sound, its narrow cone slicing into the mist. White glare caught nothing but churned ripples fanning out into the dark. George rose slowly, shotgun following the beam. His jaw clenched. That wasn't a fish. Another knock sounded, not from the water this time, but from the hole. A dull thud, just beneath their feet, as if something large had brushed the underside of the boat. The two men locked eyes, breath tight, waiting for the next sound. David turned the flashlight toward the small cabin hatch.
Family might have gone below, he said.
George nodded once, motioning him forward. They moved to the steps, the air inside thicker, worse. David put one foot down, then another, his beam shaking as it swept across the cramped space. The light caught the floor first. Red. Dark, tacky smears pooled deep in the non-skid grooves. Then more, shapes half buried in shadow. Arms, a leg twisted wrong against the bulkhead, torn fabric. David stumbled on the step, boot skidding in something wet. He caught himself on the rail, breath catching. My God. George reached down, pulled him back with one hand on his shoulder. His own face was pale, jaw set hard. They didn't need to go any farther. Not down there. They backed up, step by slow step, until they were back in the open air. Fog curled thick around them, swallowing the railings, muting the world until the deck was nothing but a circle of pale light in the dark. George and David turned instinctively, standing back to back, weapons raised, breath tight. They could barely see more than a few feet ahead. The lake was gone, the sky gone, only the shifting gray pressing close, waiting. Then the hull shuddered. A wet, heavy thump from outside, the kind of weight that didn't come from water. George steadied the shotgun against his shoulder. David's flashlight beam swept the fog, wide arcs catching nothing but mist. Another knock. Closer. Against the rail this time. They tightened their stance, backs touching, eyes straining. And the thing came at them from the dark. A shape burst through the fog, taller than a man, shoulders slick, claws flashing. George fired point blank, the shotgun roaring across the deck. The blast tore through the mist, but the thing didn't slow. It hit them like a truck. George and David were thrown hard across the wet fiberglass, boots skidding, shoulders slamming against the rail. The shotgun spun from George's grip, clattering across the deck. David's flashlight pitched forward, its beam whipping through the fog before it fell and rolled, casting crazy arcs of light. The boat lurched under the impact, cleats groaning, lines straining as water slapped against the hull. The fog shifted, and for a second, the thing was only a silhouette crouched on the deck, grinning, claws dragging slowly across fiberglass, leaving gouges in its wake. George groaned, pushing himself up to his feet, eyes darting toward where the shotgun landed. He staggered forward, desperate, while David scrambled beside him, grasping frantically at the deck. His pistol was gone, somewhere in the shadows, lost in the spray and fog. George lunged for the shotgun, fingers closing around the stock, and the creature's claw came down. It raked across his arm with sickening force, nearly severing it at the elbow. George froze, a sound caught in his throat, staring at the torn mess hanging from his shoulder. And then the thing slammed into him again, hurling him to the deck. The shotgun skittered away as the creature pinned him down, claws pressing into his chest, its grin wide and dripping. It lowered one long claw and gently tapped the place just above his liver, lingering there. David staggered up, eyes wide. His pistol was gone, but the salt bag lay burst open nearby, spilling across the boards. He grabbed a double handful, grit biting into his palm, and flung it into the creature's face. The effect was instant. The thing shrieked, staggering back from his friend, claws flailing as steam hissed off its slick skin. It clawed at its own eyes, blinded, writhing in the fog. David snatched another handful and threw it, then another, each one driving the thing backward across the slick deck. Step by step, it retreated, stubborn, violently shaking its head against the burn. David's boot struck something hard. His pistol? He snatched it up, leveled it with both hands, and squeezed the trigger. The first shot cracked, then another. Bullets struck home this time, the creature lurching with each impact, black fluid spraying as it staggered near the rail. But still it held, crouched low, ready to charge. Then the shotgun boomed. George, pale and swaying, had braced the weapon in the crook of his good arm, teeth gritted against the pain. The blast tore through the creature's chest at close range. This time it groaned, a low, guttural sound, and toppled backward over the rail. The lake swallowed it whole, leaving only ripples that spread into the fog. George let the shotgun slip from his grip and sagged against the deck, blood running from his arm, his head rolling weakly to the side. His lips parted as if to say something, but only a faint breath came. Then his eyes fluttered shut, and there was only darkness. David dropped to his knees beside him, pressing a hand to George's chest. Terrified for a moment, he'd stopped breathing. Relief surged when he felt the shallow rise and fall. Weak, but there. Blood pumped steadily from the ruined arm. David swore under his breath, yanked his belt free, and looped it high above the wound, just below George's shoulder. He pulled it tight, then tighter still, until the bleeding slowed. Not enough. His eyes darted across the deck. A broken bit of railing lay loose near the rail. He jammed it through the belt loop and twisted, cinching it until George let out a faint moan. The flow finally eased. Wasn't perfect, but it would hold. Only then did David hook his arms under George's good shoulder and drag him across the slick deck, boots slipping in blood and salt. Every tug felt heavier than the last, but he got him to the patrol boat and heaved him over the rail, laying him flat on the deck. That was when he heard it, muffled cries rising from the cabin below. David froze, listening. The sound of a woman's sob, a child's whimper, and a man's voice trying and failing to sound steady. He moved back to the Hanlon's boat, shoved the hatch open, and swept his flashlight inside. 3 faces blinked up at him through the gloom. A woman clutching a boy against her chest, the man in front of them, a tiny pocket knife shaking in his grip. His eyes were wide, terrified, but he was ready to stand between whatever came through that door and his family. "It's all right," David said quickly, lowering the light. "I'm here to get you out." The man's shoulders sagged with relief. The knife clattered against the deck as it slipped out of his hand. One by one, David helped them up and out. The boy first, then his mother, then the father, each scrambling onto the patrol boat where George lay pale and still, his arm bound tight. David climbed aboard last, shoved the throttle forward, and the engines roared. The patrol boat tore away from the drifting cruiser, spray curling off the bow as he pointed them toward the faint light of Daggerlin's shoreline. The patrol boat slid into Daggerlin Point Marina, bumping against the fenders as David eased the throttles back. Red strobes already lit the docks. Not one, but two ambulances waiting with their crews. The paramedics were on George in seconds, easing him onto a stretcher, eyes checking the belt tourniquet cinched around his arm. His skin was gray, lips bloodless, but his chest still rose and fell. "Is he?" David's words caught in his throat. "How bad?" One medic pressed gloved fingers to George's neck and looked up without stopping. "Pulse is weak. He's lost a lot of blood. We'll do everything we can." They pushed off toward the waiting ambulance, wheels rattling on the dock planks. George's pale face disappeared behind flashing red as the door shut and the siren carried him away. Behind them, Ellen Hanlon clutched her son, both of them shaking. Another medic was already ushering them into the second ambulance. He said there were minor injuries, but they needed to be checked out. Within minutes, that rig pulled away too, its siren fading into the fog, and the marina was quiet again. Headlights swung in across the lot. A battered pickup rolled to a stop, brakes squealing. Joe Winters climbed down stiffly, one hand on the doorframe. The passenger side banged open, and Crichton hit the planks at a run. The Black Shepherd bounded to David, pressing his head into his ribs, tail thrashing once before he went still, nose working the damp air. David dropped to one knee, fingers digging into the dog's coat. "Good boy," he whispered, his throat tight. He stood as his father approached. "What are you doing here?" Joe's voice was gruff.
"Heard the call on the scanner, thought I could help. What happened out there?"
David let out a shaky breath, still resting a hand on Crichton's neck. His eyes looked hollow in the dock light. "It was bad. I don't know if George is going to make it. That family was trapped, and if we'd been a minute later..." He stopped, rubbing a hand down his face. "You don't want the details?" Joe frowned.
"You're talking like it was something more than a busted engine."
David shook his head slowly. "It wasn't an engine, Dad. You know it wasn't. We saw it again. It came up on the boat. Nearly took George. It would have taken me too if the salt hadn't slowed it." Joe stiffened.
"David?"
"I'm telling you the truth," David interrupted. He looked down, knuckles white against Crichton's fur. "It's real, Dad. I wish to God it wasn't, but it is." Joe's voice came out low, but sharp.
"You said the same thing when Claire got sick.
You saw signs. You thought you knew better. You wouldn't even let her try the chemo." David's head snapped up. "Don't. She might still be here," Joe pressed, his voice breaking. "If you'd tried to talk her into it." David's face twisted, pained. "It wasn't my choice. It was hers, Dad. That's what Claire wanted. She didn't want to spend her last months hooked to machines, sick and miserable. She wanted to live life while she could. Joe's eyes shone wet in the docklight, but his voice was harsh. She wanted hope, and you just let her throw it away because it was easier than fighting. David shook his head hard, voice hoarse. I loved her enough to let her choose. You think that was easy for me? Watching her waste away while I prayed for one more good day? You weren't there, Dad, not like I was.
I loved her too,
Joe snapped, his face lined with grief as much as anger. For a long beat, neither man spoke. It struck David then that this was the first time they'd said Claire's name aloud since the funeral. All of it had been bubbling under the surface for months, festering in silence, waiting for a night like this to finally tear loose. Crichton's growl deepened, claws scraping the planks, but neither of the men noticed. Joe's voice cracked when he spoke again. That boy needed his mother. God knows he still does. And instead, he's left with you chasing monsters and ghosts. David's face darkened. He broke away, pacing a few steps down the dock, hands pressed hard against the back of his neck. Crichton padded close behind, head low, growl rising as his ears tracked the black water beneath the pilings. David spun, frustration boiling over. Sit. The shepherd dropped to his haunches instantly, whining low in his throat, eyes never leaving the leg. Crichton, stay, David said. Crichton froze, muscles rigid, ears pinned forward. His chest rumbled with a warning growl he couldn't swallow down, but he obeyed, whining softly, eyes still locked on the dark water below. David turned back toward his father, anger burning through his exhaustion. Don't you dare say I failed, Owen. Don't you dare. The fog pressed tighter, swallowing the edges of the dock. Crichton's growl built to a low, shaking rumble in the silence, but the men were too far inside their grief and anger to hear. David kept pacing, boots thudding softly on the wet planks. His voice was ragged now, torn between fury and grief. Crichton's growl rose sharp and sudden, silencing the men. The shepherd stared down, ears flat, teeth bared at the black gap between the pilings. David barely turned his head before something cold and black shot up from the water. A claw snapped around his ankle and yanked. He gasped, the sound more shock than scream, as his legs went out from under him. His arms hit the boards hard, scrabbling to grab a hold of something, but his legs were already in the water. It was dragging him down. Joe dove, grabbing for his son's wrist, but the grip below was too strong. David's eyes flashed up at his father's face, and then the lake claimed him, ripping him down into the darkness.
Ohio emergency alert. All law enforcement in Daggerlin is either dead or critically wounded. If you are a citizen, evacuate immediately. As of now, there is no one left to protect you. If you cannot leave, lock your doors, arm yourself, and stay away from the lake. Something is out there.
My name is Jack. I'm a volunteer ranger stationed out in a nowhere patch of Appalachia the map doesn't bother labeling. If you think that sounds like a noble job, you've never done it. Most days, I sit in a crooked wooden chair on the front porch of a government-funded shack that smells like old boots and scorched coffee. I watch trees sway and make sure no idiot tourist stumbles into something they won't come back from. Technically, I'm not supposed to be here, or anywhere outside a concrete cell, if you go by my original sentencing. Got 5 years for robbery. No gun, no hostages, just bad choices and a friend with worse ideas. The judge called me a cautionary tale. Said I should use the time to think real hard about who I want to be. The Institute gave me an alternative. They needed bodies out in the red zones, and I had the right mix of dumb and desperate. Traded prison bars for ranger greens, and here I am. The cabin's got power, barely. Coffee runs 24/7 from a cracked percolator with a mean streak. We've got a working radio, some old maps, and a corkboard full of tacks and yarn lines that don't make sense unless you have been here a long time. A delivery guy from the valley brings us pizza when the road's clear. The place that hired me doesn't advertise when it needs somebody. Apparently, they call it the Institute. Never heard of it, but it exists. And out here, it's the only reason the mountains haven't swallowed the town's whole. People don't know it, but monsters are real. Not movie monsters with catchphrases and theme music. Real ones. The kind with too many joints in the wrong places. Or no face. They live past the fog line, and they don't like being watched. Me and Roger, we're what you get before the real hunters show up. We tag the creatures when we can, track migration patterns, warn hikers off with fake trail closures and wildlife signs. Every now and then, we radio it in, and somebody with better weapons and worse bedside manner comes through to clean up. Roger's my supervisor. Older than dirt, just as bad-tempered. Been doing this job since before I was born, I think. He knows all the rules, including the ones they don't write down anymore. Talks like someone filed his voice with a rasp and then glued it back together wrong. He's got one hip that clicks when he walks, and a theory about how all pizza went downhill after 1998. We fight about toppings more than protocol. But he's decent. Calls me son sometimes without meaning to, and I don't correct him. Roger's name isn't on the door, but it might as well be. He's been running this outpost longer than some of the trees have been standing. First time I met him, he told me 2 things. 1, coffee's always free. And 2, he doesn't tolerate whining, and I respect that. He's in his 50s, looks older though, acts younger. Walks with a limp from a bad fall in the 90s, but still hikes faster than I do on a good day. Keeps a radio clipped to his belt like it's part of his body. Doesn't use it unless he has to. He believes in eyes, not electronics. He doesn't smile much. His laugh sounds like gravel getting dragged across concrete. He chews mints instead of smoking, drinks coffee black as tar, and still reads printed reports even though I keep showing him how the tablet works. Calls it witchcraft and goes back to his clipboard. Despite all that, he is very sharp. Sharp enough to train rookies, fix a busted perimeter alarm, and tell the difference between a bobcat and a monster by the spacing in the tracks. He's been with the Institute since before they were official. He calls it the job like it's the only one that's ever mattered. I guess for him it is. Speaking of, the Institute is a lot more widespread than I initially thought it was. Most people just don't know it exists. Started quiet. Small teams, scattered bases, all operating in secret. The kind of secret where if you know about it, you're either part of it or something's gone very, very wrong. These days, it's a little more organized. Still hidden, still serious, but there's structure now. Divisions, clearance levels, training manuals. Still, No public website or HR department, but that's not the kind of place this is. Their job, and now ours, is simple in theory. Keep the monsters out of sight and the public out of danger. They don't hunt every creature. Not all of them are hostile. Some are just, well, displaced, migrating, lost. But the dangerous ones, the ones that take, twist, feed, those get flagged. And more often than not, they get put down. We're not hunters, not officially. Me and Roger, we're field rangers. That means we're the first boots on the ground when something moves weird in the woods. We track signs, we check cameras, we make notes on migration patterns, nesting spots, and energy shifts. We set markers, update maps, log disturbances. If something crosses the fog line that shouldn't be there, we call it in. And yeah, that's the job, you know? Surveillance, containment, prevention. Most days are boring. Wake up, drink stale coffee, check the perimeter. Then we go through our rounds, walking the trails, reading data from motion sensors, and replacing broken camo netting. If it rained, we look for unusual tracks. If it didn't, we check for dried ones. Once in a while, we find something worth calling in. A deep gouge in a tree trunk too high for a bear. A pile of feathers arranged in a spiral. Missing hikers found in a ditch with all their blood drained and only their index finger missing. Those are the busy days, the bad days. Our cabin's small, one long room with bunks and a heater that clicks when it's cold. A shared bathroom. A common area with the usual maps, files, old trail guides, a beat-up first aid kit. We've got a backup generator, but the power grid out here is good enough most weeks. No Wi-Fi, just a landline that goes straight to the regional field office and a shortwave radio for backup. There's a porch with a lookout scope and a rusted bench that creaks when you sit on it. The view's good. On a clear day, you can see down into the red zone. The trees don't look different from here, but we know better. I've learned to listen to Roger. He says if the birds go quiet too fast, pack up and leave. If your flashlight flickers when the batteries are new, leave it behind. And if you find footprints with toes pointing backward, don't follow them. I started writing this down to make sense of things. Not for a book deal or some report to hand in, just for me. The days, they blend out here. The rules are strange. Sometimes you need to see the words to believe the memories are real. I figured if I kept it all in my head, it'd rot there. So this is my journal now. A way to track what's happened, what I've seen, what I still don't understand. I've got stories, plenty of them. Some I wish I didn't. But they're mine. And if I don't write them down, no one will. My name is Jack, and I'm a volunteer ranger in the Appalachia. These are my stories. Alright, story number 1. I remember the first time I ever saw a monster. A real monster. You never forget the first time you see one. Mine was a ridgeback crawler. Long as a sedan, maybe longer. Skin looked like wet bark. Like something peeled off a tree and left out too long in the rain. Didn't move right. All bent limbs and slow shifts. We found it early one morning, about a mile off trail. A storm had come through the night before, knocked over half the ridge. Trees down everywhere. Mud thick enough to eat your boots. Roger spotted it first. We were cutting through a narrow path when he stopped short, held a hand up. "Don't move," he said. I followed his line of sight. At first, all I saw was a mess of roots and broken branches. Then I noticed something wedged under a fallen pine. It twitched. It made a sound. Low, hurt. Not like an animal, Not quite. Closer to a pressure valve trying to release. Then it opened its eyes. Yellow. No pupils. They didn't blink. Just stared, slow and wide. "What is that?" I asked. Roger squatted near it, careful to keep his weight back.
"That's a crawler. Ridgeback, by the look of it," he said.
It tried to pull itself free, but the tree was too heavy. Its back was arched wrong, like the weight had cracked something inside. I took a step closer, hand on the sidearm the Institute issued me.
"Don't shoot it,"
Roger said without even looking at me. "It's moving," I replied.
"It's dying, and the Institute doesn't pay for panic fire," he replied.
I kept my hand on the grip, but I didn't pull it. The monster stared at us as a thick black liquid leaked from its mouth. The smell was awful. Part roadkill, part gasoline. "What's it doing here? Aren't they supposed to stay north?" I asked. Roger nodded.
"Yeah, usually. But things have been drifting lately. Same reason we had trolls show up east last season."
He stepped back and dug into his pack, pulled out a small leather-bound book with a rubber band around it, tossed it to me.
"Here, catch."
I opened it. The pages were water-warped and dog-eared, notes scribbled in pen and pencil, some in different handwriting. Rough sketches, field notes, little maps. It looked like a monster hunter's Bible, except beat to hell and probably older than me. "This yours?" I asked. He shook his head.
"Used to be mine. Belonged to a hunter before that, and another before her. And now it's yours."
I flipped through it. Everything was categorized by region. Northern woods, valley basin, river caves. Each section had entries for known monsters. Some just had a name and a one-line warning. Others had paragraphs, full reports. The Ridgeback crawler was in there, sketched sideways, with a red X across the spine. I ran my finger down the list. "Says they don't usually travel solo," I said.
"They don't. So it's best we get a move on," he replied.
I tore a fresh page from the back of the book, flipped to the crawler entry, and began writing. Added the time, location, condition, behavior. Then I sketched the angle it was trapped at. Just rough lines. Penciled in notes about the fluid leaking from its mouth. We radioed it in once we were sure it wasn't going anywhere. The Institute sent a tagging team the next morning. 3 guys in sealed suits with tranquilizers, scanners, and a truck built like a mobile freezer. They didn't talk much, just tagged it, logged the location, and hauled it off under heavy restraints. I learned a lot more about monsters after that. Crawlers especially. You see, crawlers don't kill clean. They don't go for the throat like a wolf or crush like a bear. They take their time. They drag. They break joints first. They move fast when they want to, low to the ground, all elbows and speed. They'll scale trees to wait, drop on you from above, or slither under brush for hours without making a single sound. You don't hear them until they're already touching you. Roger once told me a crawler wiped out a whole trail crew on the North Line. 5 guys. 2 of them had sidearms. None of them got a shot off. Not a single shot. When the Institute arrived, they found dead bodies littering the ridge like a massacred campsite. One crawler was hard to deal with, but they rarely traveled solo. They were pack monsters, and pack monsters could devastate entire towns if they wanted to. Back at the cabin that night, I flipped through the rest of the guide. Trolls to the east, like he said. Big things, slow but mean. There were entries marked with dates, like incident reports. One from 5 years ago. Troll, 10 foot, spotted East Ridge, took dog, avoid tree lines after dusk. Another from last fall. Smaller troll, newborn maybe, watched from a hill, didn't engage. Other pages had more scribbles than sentences. One just read, "Do not talk near the old quarry. Wakes him up." "Hey Roger, how many types are these?" I asked. He was at the table boiling water for instant noodles.
Too many. The mountains hide things the cities don't believe in. You will run into crawlers, trolls, goblins, maybe even a snatcher if you're unlucky."
"Snatchers?" I asked.
"Yeah, they drag folks off and leave your clothes folded behind. Usually stay deep valley. You'll know 'em if you hear the clicking," he said without looking up.
I flipped to a page that just said Snatcher in big letters. No notes, no drawing, just blank space underneath. "Not a lot of info on this one," I said.
"Because the ones who get close don't usually come back to describe anything," he replied.
Fair enough. I started updating the guide with a fresh pencil, fixed some of the faded entries, cleaned up the sketch of the crawler, added today's date and location, and then I added a note. Observed crawler alone, no visible wounds beyond crush damage, smelled like rot and fuel. Roger leaned over my shoulder at some point, watching me write.
"You take neat notes for a convict," he said.
I didn't bother replying. After a while, he pulled up a chair and sat across from me.
"They all hunt for food, you know. Every single one of them."
"Even trolls?" I replied.
"Especially trolls. Flesh is flesh. And once they get a taste for human, they always come back. Doesn't matter how far they wander."
"Why us, though?" He shrugged at that.
"They like the taste. Easy prey."
He stirred his noodles and kept talking.
"You ever notice how we walk through the woods with our heads down? Youngsters looking at their phones, snapping pictures. That's why they hunt us. We don't look up. We're never aware of where we are. Our survival instincts are pretty low for a species as a whole, nowadays especially," he explained.
I didn't say anything, just wrote it down. When I looked up again, Roger had gone quiet. He was staring out the window with that long, empty stare he gets sometimes, the kind that tells you he's seeing something you don't. I put the guidebook away and sat back. Outside, the wind moved through the trees slow and steady. I remember thinking it sounded like something big breathing down on us. Story 2. Well, that was the story about the first time I saw a monster. Saw plenty more after that, but crawlers will always be burned into my brain. After that, Roger figured it was time to earn my stripes. Seeing one is one thing. Getting close enough to touch one, that's a whole different game. And that brings me to the first time I had to tag a monster. Tagging is the most important part of the job, even if it's the part nobody brags about. It's not glamorous, it's not heroic. It's crawling through dirt and praying whatever you're tracking doesn't suddenly decide it's hungry. The Institute keeps files on every monster they know about. Species, habits, sightings, behavior shifts. But that data doesn't just appear. Somebody has to gather it. That's where we come in. Rangers, tour guides, whatever name they give us, it doesn't matter. We're the ones out here tagging things, while the lab coats stay warm and dry back at the base. Sometimes the rookie hunters get sent out here for tagging too. But those guys are the firepower. Guys like me are the taggers. The job means getting very close. Close enough to identify the species, slap on a tracker, and get out without losing your face. The Institute sorts the monsters by color code. Blue for docile, harmless unless provoked, like fairies, mermaids, and a few species of giants. Yellow for unpredictable. Mood can shift fast, and they tend to break patterns, like goblins who can be bargained with, or witches, and some species of ogre. Red is for hostile. If you see one, you probably don't walk away from it. These are the vampires and most giant sea monsters. My first tag was a code yellow, a mossback. Ugly thing. Walk like a deer that had never figured out how legs were supposed to bend. Looked like driftwood covered in moss, with patches of fungus stuck along its sides. Almost beautiful if you didn't know what it was. We found it under a covered bridge 2 valleys west of camp. Locals had reported weird smells and animal bones showing up near the water. The Institute flagged it for survey, and Roger brought me along.
Well, you're up.
Think of it like tagging a cow, but the cow might decide to rip your face off, he said, sliding the tracker into my hand. We waited until sundown. Mossbacks are nocturnal, and they like tight spaces, places that echo. Bridges are perfect for that. Sure enough, just past dark, we spotted it, crawling up the riverbed like it owned the place. 4 legs, low to the ground, didn't make a sound. Roger kept watch from the road, rifle across his lap. I slid down the embankment and crawled under the bridge. My hands sank into wet mud, but I didn't stop. I kept low, moving slow, till I was about 20 feet away. Then 10. And the smell hit me first. And it was like pond water and rot. Then it turned its head, and I saw the thing grafted into its neck. A human jaw. Not bone. Flesh. Still damp. Looked like it'd been chewed and stuck there, like some kind of prize. I don't know if it was part of the creature, or just something I'd taken from a body. The Institute still doesn't know if mossbacks mutate from eating too many human parts, or if they're just born like that. I held my breath, leaned in, and slapped the tracker just behind the front leg. It twitched, but didn't bolt. I hit it with a light sedative, enough to make it sluggish, not enough to knock it out. Roger's voice came over the radio.
All right, tag clean, time to go.
I backed out slow, boots sinking into the bank, and didn't stand up until I was back on the trail. We called it in, and the Institute sent a retrieval crew. They said the tag took, said the readings looked strange but consistent. I didn't ask what that meant. Roger handed me a clipboard and said, "Congratulations. You've officially poked something dangerous and lived to log it." Now's my first tag. I have done, dozens since. But that one sticks. The way it looked at me when I moved. Like it didn't care what I was. Just wondered how long I'd last if it felt like chewing. Alright, story number 3. The first time I met a hunter, I didn't even know what I was looking at. Up until then, hunters were a line item in the Ranger's handbook. I'd heard the name tossed around by Roger and a few other field guys. Always said in that way people talk about someone they both respect and fear, like myth wrapped in denim or old leather. But this guy just walked in off the trail one day like he was lost, and nothing about what happened after that felt normal. We were about halfway through our second shift when a call came in. Family reported missing kid on the Ridge Trail, 9 years old. Kid's name was Jameson. One minute he's picking flowers, next minute he's gone. Happens out here sometimes. Not always because of monsters either. But this one felt different. Roger and I were first to the scene. The parents were already at the station when we got there. Crying, shaking, barely keeping it together. Mom kept repeating the same thing over and over again. It took him. I saw it. It took him. When I asked what it was, the dad said the thing looked like a tree with arms, bigger than any man, probably 7 feet tall, and didn't respond to noise when the dad tried chasing after his kid. I exchanged a look with Roger, and he didn't have to say anything. I knew he was thinking troll. That was the part that didn't sit right. Trolls weren't supposed to be in these woods. Not this deep in Appalachia. Not this season. Then the door opened, and in walked a guy I'd never seen before. Didn't look like much, rough around the edges, pack slung across his shoulder. But there was a calm about him that didn't match the chaos in the room. Most people walk into a station mid-crisis and ask what's going on. This guy walked in like he already knew. Roger recognized him instantly. "Carver, didn't expect to see you here," he said. Carver nodded like this was just another Tuesday. He mentioned that he'd been passing through and asked what was going on. Roger gave him the quick rundown. The kid, the trail, the description. Carver barely reacted, just listened. When Roger finished, Carver stared at the floor tile for a second, did some kind of mental math, then said, "Show me the trail." I watched him disappear into the trees with one of our senior rangers. I didn't go with him, wasn't cleared, and Roger told me to stay behind. But I couldn't stop thinking about that guy. He didn't flinch, didn't hesitate, and he definitely didn't look like someone doing this for the first time. They came back hours later, and Carver was carrying the kid. He walked out of the woods like it was nothing. The kid, Jameson, was covered in mud, eyes wide, arms locked around the man's neck like he was holding on to the last safe thing in the world. Behind them, the wind kicked up like something had been left behind, and didn't like it. Carver didn't say much when he got back, just handed the kid over to the parents, gave Roger a quick debrief, then stepped aside and started packing up his gear. I walked over to him. Had to. "You're a hunter?" I asked. He looked over at me, mumbled a half answer that made it obvious he wanted to get going. I wanted to ask more. How he found the kid, what happened in the woods. But something in his face told me not to. Not right now. Roger came over, clapped a hand on my shoulder. "Jack, meet Sam Carver. Been doing this longer than most of us have had radios." Carver nodded at me, then kept packing. Later that night, Roger told me what really happened out there. Said Carver tracked the troll solo. No backup. Followed it into the woods until he found the pit where it stashed the boy. Used a flare and a net lined with wolf's bane to disorient it. Got the kid out, tagged the creature, and walked home. And the part that really stuck, he wasn't even assigned to the case. Just stumbled on it. Stepped in because he could. "Isn't that against protocol?" I asked. Roger grunted. "Yeah, that's Carver for you." A few weeks later, the Institute sent out a memo. Not to us directly, but we heard about it. said something about cross-regional movement, creatures migrating into areas they hadn't been seen in for decades. Trolls, crawlers, worse. I asked Roger what that meant. He looked tired when he answered.
Means the maps we've been working off are useless. Means the job just got harder.
I sat with that for a long time. Something within the region was changing, and we were going to feel the effects of it sooner rather than later. Story 4. The thing about meeting a real hunter like Carver is that it changes your idea of what bravery looks like. The guy walked into the woods alone, came back with a kid. He had no backup, but never panicked. I had met some tough men during my time behind bars, but this was different. So naturally, I figured the next time something went wrong, the Institute would send another Carver, or someone like him. They didn't, because I got there first. We were assigned to clear the South Ridge Trail. Easy job on paper. Some school had a field trip out in the hills, and our job was to walk the perimeter, check for any weird signs, then stay out of the way unless someone wandered too close to the wrong tree line. Babysitting duty, as Roger called it. It was calm at first. Blue skies, bugs buzzing, group of fourth graders getting excited about moss. I was halfway through sipping my third cup of cold coffee when we got the call over the radio.
Unit 7, we got a missing kid.
The static radio said. Roger stiffened.
Copy. Last known location?
Roger asked.
Yeah, marked by the big rock near Cooper's Ridge. He was with his group 1 second and gone the next.
The voice on the radio said. We didn't waste time. Cooper's wasn't on the map anymore. It'd been removed years ago. Too many sightings. Too much bad luck. The kind of place we usually tag with red string and avoid mentioning in casual conversation. Roger called it in. Protocol says you report missing minors near a red zone immediately and wait for the Institute team to arrive. They told us to sit tight. Help was 20 minutes out. I looked at Roger. He looked back.
You're thinking about it, aren't you?
He said. He's a kid? He nodded at that.
All right. I'll cover you from the ridge. Take a flare.
The trail down was narrow and steep. Lots of roots. Lots of places to fall if you didn't know where your feet were going. I found him crouched behind a rotting log, hugging his knees, shaking hard enough to rattle. He looked up when he heard me. His face was wet with tears and mud.
Hey, kid. You're safe. Come on, I said.
Then I saw it. Behind him, crouched low, a dark thing with long, jointed limbs and no neck. The skin looked oily, stretched too tight. Its elbows were wrong, too many of them, bent in ways that didn't follow any kind of anatomy I knew. It hadn't noticed me yet, but it was breathing. I didn't have time to think. I pulled the flare from my belt, snapped the cap off, and lit it with my glove. It flared bright red in the dim gulch light. The thing screeched, reared back, eyes flaring white as it tried to shield its face. And I didn't wait to see if it worked. I grabbed the kid with one arm, hoisted him like a sack of flour, and I ran. It followed. I could hear the thing crashing through brush behind us, shrieking like it was drowning in its own voice. Its eyes were still fogged from the light, but that didn't stop it from tracking. Its claws raked trees and rocks as it lunged after us. I didn't look back. We ran until I couldn't feel my legs. The ridge curved west, and we cut through a shallow stream, hoping the water would kill the trail. The kid clung to me, quiet, scared. but not slowing me down. Good kid. At some point, I didn't hear the thing anymore. Just wind. Just birds starting up again. We waited behind a boulder for a few minutes. Then I walked him back out. Just a few miles from the ranger station now. We were in green territory again. When the Institute boys arrived, they were suited up and armed to the teeth. Late, of course. They were younger than Carver, younger than even me. They moved in like it was a training exercise, calm and slow, while I sat with the kid on the gravel, trying to keep my hands from shaking. They took statements, took the flare casing, took the credit, idiots. But I didn't care. The kid was alive, and that's what mattered. Roger didn't say much when they left. He just handed me a slice of pizza from the cooler, the good kind. The one with extra meat he usually hoarded for himself. I thought maybe I'd get a talking to. Maybe, a write-up for breaking protocol. But nothing ever came. The Institute let it go, probably because it would have made them look bad to admit a mere ranger beat them to it. And that was fine by me. Still, though, something shifted after that. Roger started listening to me a little bit more. Trusted me a little deeper. I wasn't just the convict with a clipboard anymore. And that meant more to me than I'll ever care to admit. Yeah, and I guess that's the last story for now. My community service hours are up. Time served, as they say. 5 years walking ridge lines, tagging monsters, hauling gear, updating files. 5 years of doing a job no one really believes exists. Clipboard's full. The field guide's a mess of ink and dog-eared pages, but it's as updated as I could make it. Yesterday I turned in my badge, dropped off my rifle, gave back the tracker. The Institute sent a clear envelope with a final report form and a release letter. Said I was free to go, just like that. Roger was waiting out front. When I came out of the cabin for the last time, he didn't say anything at first. Just handed me a mug of coffee and stood beside me while we watched the wind cut through the trees. And then he stuck out his hand. It was a hard shake. Solid. Firm enough to say goodbye, and heavy enough to mean something else, too. Maybe it was respect. Maybe a warning. Maybe both. You got somewhere you're heading? I shrugged. I don't know yet. He nodded like that made sense. Well, the world's full of opportunities. I took a sip of coffee. It's also full of monsters. That got him to smile, just barely. Then he looked back at the trees. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't thinking about staying. You walk these woods long enough, you start to feel things. Like the mountains are watching. Like something out there knows your name. Maybe it's nothing. Or maybe the Institute doesn't really let anyone go. There's no official badge, no medal. Just a long walk back down the mountain at a file somewhere that says my name and the words assignment complete. Still, I'm not sure I'm done. Not really. But for now, I'm heading out. If you're reading this, I'm going to assume one of two things. One, you stumbled across this journal by accident, in which case, close it now. Put it back where you found it. Walk away and never look at these woods the same again. Or two, you're someone like me. Maybe you screwed up somewhere back down the line. Maybe you're looking for something to give your life shape. If that's the case, you have got guts. This might be the best place for you. But if you're going to keep going, do yourself a favor, read the field guide, cover to cover. Make notes, cross things out, add your own. The Institute's official files are fine, but they don't breathe like a book that's been in the field. Learn how things move. Learn what they eat, what they fear, what they'll wait for. It'll save your life. Probably more than once. I don't know where I'm going next. Could be a diner in a small town. Could be another call from Roger. Maybe even a pizza place with bad floors and a good view. Doesn't matter. If we ever cross paths out there in the fog, you'll know me by the beat-up ranger jacket I wear. Roger let me keep it. Until then, watch the tree lines, check your corners, and keep moving. See you around. This is Ranger Jack, signing off. Hey, I hope you enjoyed the video. Special thank you to all my patrons. If you'd like to become a supporter on Patreon, there's a link in the description. I hope you have a great night, and thanks for watching. My name is Adam. I'm a consulting detective, which is a fancy way of saying people pay me to solve things they're too embarrassed to take to the cops. Missing husbands, dead cats in the mailbox, a smell coming from the neighbor's basement, that kind of thing. I run my office out of what used to be a failed Chinese joint down on Harmon Alley, behind a strip of laundromats and a donut shop that's always out of everything. There's no sign out front. If you don't already know where to look, you probably don't belong here. Inside, there are 2 desks. One is mine. It's solid oak, old, scarred with burns and knife marks, none of which are from me. The other belongs to Clive, my assistant, which is a generous term for someone who once tried to microwave a case file. The walls are a disaster. Peeling paint, water stains that look like South America. Newspaper clippings are thumbtacked into every inch of free space. Old missing posters, crime scene photos, scribbled notes that made sense once, but don't anymore. Even the bathrooms got sticky notes over the toilet tank. One of them says, "Don't trust the goblin with the orange shoes." I don't remember who wrote that. I do remember trusting a goblin with orange shoes, and I have a scar on my back to remind me of it. The kitchen's down the hall, or what used to be a kitchen, back when someone thought this place could pass health inspection. We turned it into a case file library. Boxes stacked to the ceiling. Half of them are full of books. Clive says some are rare occult volumes. I think most are trashy horror novels with the covers ripped off. Either way, they collect dust the same. You'll find coffee mugs in every room. None of them clean. Some still have liquid in them. Some have life forms. Every once in a while, Clive tries to wash them. He never gets past 2 before something distracts him. Usually something stupid. Clive's a kid, early 20s. Eyes too wide, voice too loud. He's got this obsession with the occult. Thinks everything that goes bump in the night is the start of a real case. He's not wrong often enough to fire him, but he's not right often enough to trust unsupervised. He came here because he couldn't make it into the police academy. He says it was politics. I say it was his personality. Either way, he's mine now. I let him sit at the desk. I let him answer the phones. Sometimes I even let him talk to clients. Usually once. As for me, well, I've been doing this too long to believe in anything but evidence, rent, and caffeine. My name's not in the door. My face is not in the papers. But if you've got a problem nobody else can figure out, or nobody else wants to touch, well, you end up here. It was just another rainy day in Atlanta when the bell above the office door gave its half-hearted jingle. I didn't look up right away. Rain tends to bring in more leaks than leads. But then I caught a whiff of perfume that didn't belong to Clive or the mold in the walls. She stepped in like she didn't want to be seen doing it. Black dress, tight at the waist, cut just below the knees. Expensive. Same for the sunglasses, which she kept on, even though it was foggy enough outside to lose a Buick. Clive was halfway through pouring some stale coffee into his already stained mug. He stopped, blinking like someone had switched the channel on him. "Can I help you?" I asked, not moving from my desk. She hesitated, then took off her glasses. Her makeup was perfect, but her eyes told the truth. Red around the edges, puffy. She'd been crying, just not today. Probably every day this week. "I heard you handle things," the woman said. "Well, that's one way to put it. Please, sit," I replied. She did. Crossed her legs like she'd been taught to do it. Clive hovered by the coffee machine. I gave him a look. He sat down and tried to look useful. "My name is Eve Monroe. My husband passed away 3 months ago. Military, Afghanistan. I was told I might be entitled to speak to someone with expertise," the woman said. "And what? Dead husbands or living problems?" She didn't blink. "Both." I leaned back in my chair, hands folded over my stomach. "Go on." She shifted in her seat. "Well, it started small. Lights flickering, remote going missing, things not working like they should. I thought it was just a house. It's old, probably built before half of Atlanta had running water. But then the lights on the second floor went out and never turned on again." She hesitated, eyes locked on the edge of the desk. "I think there's something in that house. Something evil. I think it's a demon." I ignored her last sentence and focused on something tangible. "Second floor lights?" I asked. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "Yes, all of them. Went out last month, but I just paid the electric bill. I called the city. They said it wasn't on their end. Hired an electrician. He said everything looked fine, like someone had deliberately killed the power up there." Clive cleared his throat. "That's real weird, all right." Eve didn't look at him. She reached into her bag and pulled out a small stack of glossy printouts. I started noticing words, spray painted. "In my house, always overnight," she said, laying the photos out one by one on my desk. I leaned forward. The photos weren't fakes. They had the washed-out look of cheap ink on home paper. Kitchen cabinets, bathroom mirror, hallway door. Out. No. Leave. I kept my face still. "Anyone else live with you?" "My son does. Jason, 14. I thought maybe he was lashing out, acting up after losing his father. He's been angry. We've been fighting. I accused him, and he cried. Said it wasn't him. Swore on his father's grave," she said. She reached into her bag again, and her hands shook when she handed me the last photograph. "This was the latest one, from just last week." Bedroom wall, white paint, cheap looking. Above the bed, written in crude letters, "God is dead." I stared at it. She didn't say anything else. The rain hit the windows harder now. Somewhere behind me, the radiator gave a tired clunk. She told me the last thing that happened was the stairs. Her son Jason had been coming down from the second floor when something shoved him hard enough to send him tumbling. 12 steps. He landed face first on the tile and screamed loud enough to wake the whole block.
She said she thought he was dead. Turned out it was just a broken arm, but the look in her eyes told me it didn't matter. The real break happened somewhere else. Since then, they hadn't gone back upstairs. Clothes still in drawers, toothbrushes in the cup, beds unmade. She packed a bag that night and took her son to her mother's house a few neighborhoods over. She hadn't set foot in the place since. But she wasn't here to run from it. She wanted it back. Said the house was the last thing her husband left them. Paid off, good bones, decent yard. She talked about it like someone talking about a dog that had gone mean, something loyal that turned on them. But she wasn't ready to let go. She asked us to take the case. She didn't cry, didn't beg, but there was something in her voice that said if we said no, she'd be back at the front door of that house by nightfall with her son in tow. I told her we'd take it. I asked a few more questions, about Jason mostly. His school, friends, behavior. She answered all of them without blinking. Said he was a good kid. Smart. Sensitive. Hadn't been quite right since the funeral. When I asked who sold them the house, she went quiet for the first time. Said her husband bought it at a foreclosure auction. Didn't know who'd lived there before. We went back and forth until I was sure I'd gotten all I could from her to start the case. She was getting ready to leave when I saw it. A small silver cross hanging from a chain, clutched tight in her gloved hand. I hadn't noticed it before. Maybe she kept it hidden until now. As she stood, I caught her eyes again. The Lord is near to the broken-hearted, huh? My grandfather used to always say that. She didn't reply, but I saw her eyes mist over with tears. She nodded and smiled in that way people do when they're trying not to cry, then turned and walked out the door before anything else could crack open. The bell jingled behind her as she left. Clive watched her go, then turned to me with his eyebrows already halfway up his forehead. I didn't think you were the Bible verse type, he said. I went back to the desk, cleared the photos into a pile, and reached for the nearest mug. I'm not. Then why say it? He asked. I paused. Well, sometimes part of the job is giving someone comfort in a way they can understand, especially when their life stops making sense. Clive leaned back in his chair. He didn't argue, just nodded slowly like he understood, even if he didn't quite agree. Before we stepped foot near that house, I made Clive sit down. He was already halfway to the door, practically bouncing, with his usual mix of curiosity and caffeine. I could see it in his hands, in the way he kept checking his jacket pocket, like the keys would teleport him straight to the crime scene. That's how he worked. Chase first, think later. I reached under my desk and pulled out an old laptop. Dust on the lid, sticker half peeled from the bottom corner. It was a 2012 MacBook, one of those gray, heavy ones that used to be cutting edge before the fan started screaming after 10 minutes. I clicked it open. The screen lit up, slow but steady. Clive stared like I'd pulled a rabbit out of a hat. This still works? He asked. Better than you do, I replied. He sat reluctantly. I spun the laptop toward him and waited for the fans to settle. The thing ran like a mule, stubborn, noisy, but dependable. Now the first thing, it's not about chasing a ghost, I began. It's asking the right questions. You don't walk into a fire before checking where the exits are. Clive muttered something, probably about the thrill of the chase, but he leaned in anyway. To his credit, when he focused, he could dig. I handed him a yellow legal pad and told him to write down everything he found. Names, dates, anything that didn't fit. He started tapping. We already knew the buyer, the husband through foreclosure. What we didn't know was the seller. That was the gap. And gaps are where the good stuff usually hides. It took about 15 minutes before Clive sat straight up. I got something. I looked over his shoulder. The listing from the auction site was still cached. Previous owner, Diana Mercer. The name didn't mean anything to me, but Clive was already down a rabbit hole. Wasn't long before he started pulling up old newspaper scans, the kind no one looks at unless they're really trying. Not archived anywhere official, just second-rate blogs, digitized pages from a neighborhood print, probably shut down years ago. The first thing that came up was the address. It was mentioned in a half-dozen small articles about neighborhood disturbances, all of them vague. People claiming pets had gone missing. Children talking about a woman in the upstairs window when no one was home. Locals called it the Witch House, Atlanta's own version of urban legend nonsense. But the more we read, the less it sounded like a campfire story. The articles stopped suddenly, all within the same year, 10 years ago. That's when the reports of the owner's death started showing up. It wasn't front page stuff, but it was too strange to ignore. According to one article, neighbors had reported a foul smell coming from the house. Not gas, not mold, something worse. The kind of smell that creeps under your door frame and settles in your clothes. When no one answered the door, police came to check on her. What they found made the news, and not just locally. She'd been dead in the bathtub. That part wasn't unusual. What was unusual was everything else. The time of death was very specific. 3:07 p.m. Broad daylight. The body had been drained of all blood. Not spilled, not pooled. Drained. Every vein collapsed. Every artery flattened. Like the body had been vacuum sealed from the inside. The autopsy confirmed it. No blood anywhere in the body, not even trace amounts. And her left hand was gone. Not severed at the wrist. Not injured. Just missing? Completely. The skin around where the hand should have been wasn't torn or mangled. It was smooth. Closed, somehow. Like it'd never been there at all. But the papers confirmed she had been born with all limbs intact. Police searched the house, the drains, the yard. No hand. They never found it. There wasn't much follow-up after that. No suspects, no motive. No one close to her, no next of kin. The case dried up. The house was emptied, boarded up, and forgotten until it reappeared at a foreclosure auction 3 years later. By then, no one remembered the name. Just the stories. And boy, there were many. Family after family came to live in that house. And family after family left. No one stayed long. Clive was ready to jump out of his chair, practically buzzing. That's it, right? The witch house, the blood, the hand, that explains everything. I didn't answer right away. I closed the laptop and pushed it aside. The hum of the fan slowed down and stopped. It explains something, not everything, I replied. He frowned, like I'd just taken the wind out of his sails. Oh, come on. A woman tied to the occult dies under freaky circumstances, and now 10 years later, weird things start happening in the same house. You really think that's coincidence?
No, but this is just the first piece of the puzzle. Don't start framing the picture before we've dumped out the whole box, all right? Clive sat down again, slower this time.
So, what do you think we're dealing with?
I reached for my coat and stood. Not a demon. He looked surprised.
But Miss Monroe?
Yes, she thinks it's a demon. That's understandable. She's scared, her son's hurt, and nothing about her life makes sense right now. But what we're looking at is something else. This Diana woman, she wasn't possessed. She was involved. Clive blinked.
Involved how?
Witches. Not the broomstick kind. Just people. People who borrow power from something else.
So, wait, how's that different from a demon?
Well, if it were a demon, I began, we'd be calling the Vatican. So you better hope it's not. He didn't have a response for that. Just grabbed his coat, still thinking. I locked the laptop, pocketed my notebook, and headed for the door. All right, come on. Time to see what's left of the witch house. The Monroe house looked worse in daylight. Paint stripped from the siding, like it'd given up holding on. Porch sagging under its own weight. And no curtains in the windows. Just the blank stare of a house nobody lived in anymore. When we stepped inside, the smell hit first. Wax and mothballs. The kind of stale that sticks to the back of your throat. There was melted candle wax everywhere. On shelves, table corners, dripping down onto the floors. Dozens of candles sat half-burned on every flat surface. Big ones, cheap tea lights, thick ones in jars. I counted 5 on the kitchen counter alone. That lined up. Mrs. Monroe said the electricity upstairs cut out weeks ago. If the breakers didn't fix it and the city wasn't at fault, then they probably gave up and lit candles to see in the dark. Looking around now, it was clear they'd been lighting everything by hand for a while. Clive wandered down the hall and stopped in front of a grandfather clock. The big kind, old-fashioned, dusty. The hands were stuck. He called me over and pointed to the face. 3:07. He didn't say anything, just walked into the kitchen and looked up at the wall clock. That one was frozen too. Same time, 3:07. Dead center. That was when I said it aloud. Same time Mercer died. That was the official time of death from the coroner's report. 10 years ago, middle of the afternoon, found drained in her tub. Every clock in this house was still stuck on the exact minute she died. We moved from room to room. Most looked half abandoned, like someone started packing and gave up halfway. Boxes opened but never filled. A suitcase left on the hallway floor, zipper crooked. A child's toy train left mid-setup in the living room. One of the plastic tracks had snapped. In the master bedroom, folded clothes were still sitting in a basket, like someone meant to put them away and never did. A blanket was balled up on the carpet, next to the wall, probably where someone tried to sleep without going upstairs. There wasn't much to the first floor of the house, so we decided to head upstairs. The stairs groaned under our weight as we climbed. The air on the second floor was heavier, carrying the faint smell of dust and wax. Most of the doors were open, but the one at the end of the hall was shut. The master bedroom.
I pushed it open, and the first thing I saw was the writing. Black spray paint, wide strokes across the wall above the bed. God is dead. The letters bled into the drywall, uneven, harsh, but the words were unmistakable. Clive pulled something from his jacket pocket, a folded sheet of paper. He spread it open and held it up to the wall. The photo Mrs. Monroe had shown us. The same angle, the same words. The match was perfect, right down to the way the paint ran in a thick drip under the D. He stood there for a long time, eyes flicking between the photo and the wall. Then he spoke. That's from a philosopher. I remember it from a class in college. Can't remember his name, so why here? Why that quote? Why would whatever's haunting this place choose those words? He asked. I shrugged. Fear, maybe. Fear's fuel. Always has been. Clive lowered the photo and folded it again, slipping it back into his pocket. I could see the gears turning behind his eyes, more questions forming, but I didn't give him the chance. I stepped deeper into the room. The carpet was flattened where the bed had been dragged aside. A dresser leaned crooked against the wall, one drawer half open, shirts spilling out like someone left in a rush. I ran my hand along the nightstand. A thin layer of dust clung to my fingers. Near the far wall, the floorboards looked off, not warped, just scuffed in a way that didn't match the rest of the room. Scrapes along the grain, faint but fresh, the kind left when something heavy gets dragged across the floor. I crouched down and ran a hand along the baseboard. Then I felt a draft that I chalked up to nothing. And that's when I saw it. A seam. Not quite a crack, but enough of a line to break the flow of the wall. I looked up and traced it with my eyes. From the floor all the way to the ceiling, just behind a leaning dresser. Clive, I said. He turned from the corner, still holding the folded photo. I nodded at the wall. He came over and helped me shift the dresser. It groaned against the floor, but slid easier than I expected. Behind it, the wallpaper was different. It was older and layered, two patterns, one on top of the other. The outer sheet peeled at the corner. I grabbed it and pulled. It came off in long strips, revealing a narrow wooden door, barely wider than a crawlspace hatch. No knob, just a rusted latch holding it shut. I didn't like how low it was. It wasn't built with the house. It was added later, after someone decided they needed it. Clive leaned in. Think it's a closet? Not that kind. Keep your flashlight on, I said. We undid the latch and opened the door. It creaked stiffly, hinges straining against the ears. The smell changed immediately. Old wax and something else. Faint iron. The flashlight beam cut through the dark. Inside was a small, cramped room, barely big enough to stand in. The walls were scorched near the top, blackened from candle smoke. Melted wax pooled in rings on the floor. Burn marks traced symbols I didn't recognize. And in the center, a stain. Dark, brownish red, uneven. It looked like someone had once been lying there, arms spread, body limp. Clive stepped in behind me, took one look at the stain, and let out a low whistle. Well, looks like we just found Diana's secret occult room. I nodded once. Yeah, we did. Clive stayed in the doorway, documenting the ritual room with quiet focus. He circled the wax symbols, moving carefully, lifting his phone for pictures and taking his time with every detail. I left him to it and stepped back into the bedroom. Something kept nagging at me. I couldn't put my finger on it until I stopped moving. The draft again. It brushed against my ankle once more, steady and cold, coming up from the floor. That shouldn't have been happening in a house sealed up this tight. I crouched down and scanned the baseboards. Just beneath the wall, the floor showed signs of recent scraping. Narrow lines curved against the wood, faint, but there. Something heavy had been dragged across this floor. I followed the marks to the hallway and then down the stairs. The trail carried through the living room and out the back door. The breeze was stronger outside, and the air carried that same cold I'd felt before. It led me to the side of the house, where a crawlspace hatch sat half hidden behind dry weeds and debris. The hatch wasn't locked. It had rust on it, but it had been opened recently. I knelt down and shined my flashlight inside. Most of what I saw was ordinary. Loose dirt, forgotten boards, some old insulation sagging between the beams. But something deeper in caught the light. It was pale and shaped like it didn't belong. I swore under my breath, rolled up my sleeves, took off my coat and tie, and slid inside. The crawlspace had a low ceiling, just enough to move without my back hitting the beams. The ground was dry and uneven. As I moved forward, a few rats scurried past and vanished into the dark. I kept going without stopping. The further I crawled, the worse the smell became. It made me think of old meat left too long in the sun. The kind of smell that sticks in the inside of your nose. It wasn't overwhelming, but it had settled into the space. When I reached the far end, I found what I'd seen from the entrance. A human hand rested on the dirt. The skin was pale and dry, the nails neatly trimmed. A ruby ring sat on the middle finger, clean and intact. The hand wasn't decomposed, but it gave off the heavy smell of rot. The ground around it was marked. Wax had been poured in circles, some lines still clear, others cracked with age. Small bones had been placed carefully inside the patterns, not scattered, but arranged with purpose. Birds, maybe rodents. Some had been picked clean. Others still held bits of fur. A small altar stood just behind the hand. Stones were stacked with care, blackened from candle burn. Dried blood had soaked into the top layer. The source was clear. A chicken, laid across the top with its neck slit open. The body was limp and stiff, freshly placed. Wedged into the crevices of the stone were Polaroids. Most of them showed ritual scenes. Dim rooms, open books, raised hands. Some faces were blurred. One of them wasn't. Diana Mercer stared back at me from the center of the group. Her face was all smiles, like she was having the time of her life. The moment settled in. This was not an overlooked detail from the original police investigation. It was not an ordinary burial either. The hand had been left here, either by Diana or one of her occult followers. It had been preserved, sat in the center of an ongoing ritual space. The witch hadn't just died in that house. Like many of her kind do, she had left a part of herself behind. This was the key. It explained the clocks, the messages, the fear, the reason the house still felt active. It also explained the accidents. Witches are known for staying tied to one place. That shows up in old stories, like Hansel and Gretel, and in real cases too, like the Rhode Island farmhouse back in 1907. The pattern's always the same. A witch makes a deal with something beyond this world, usually a demon, and gains power. That power doesn't belong to them. It's borrowed. And even after they die, the connection sometimes stays open. The house, the land, the objects, they hold onto it. What I found under the Monroe house made it clear. Diana Mercer never planned to let go of this place, even after her death. I turned and began crawling back, flashlight steady. The answer had been beneath our feet the whole time. Literally. Now I knew how to end it. We had to cleanse the house. It was time to call the priest. It was just after noon when we came back to the Monroe house. The clouds hadn't moved all morning, and the street outside was as quiet as I'd ever seen it. The house looked the same from the outside, but I knew what was under it now. I knew what had to be done. Clive and I didn't come alone this time. I'd called in someone I trusted, Father Daniel. He was an old friend of mine, and he wasn't the type to give long sermons, just quiet words and steady hands. He brought a small bag with him, filled with holy water, a worn crucifix, and a Bible held together with tape. He didn't ask too many questions. He never did when I called. I laid out the plan on the porch before we went in. Each of us would take one space. We needed to cut this thing off from every angle. Father Daniel would walk through the house with prayer and water, blessing the thresholds and corners. Clive would head back up to the hidden ritual room to scrub out the wax circles and burn whatever Diana had left behind. As for me, I was going under. The hand needed to be buried and sealed. Everyone nodded, and then we went in. Father Daniel started in the living room, murmuring words I'd heard him say 1,000 times before under different circumstances. I watched him for a second before heading out the back and around the house to the crawl space. The hatch creaked open as I pulled it loose. The cold draft hit again. I dropped to my knees, flashlight in one hand, small wooden box in the other. Inside the box was salt, packed tight. I crawled back through the same tunnel, the dirt dry beneath my palms. The rats were gone this time. The crawl felt longer now, like the house knew I was here to end something. I reached the same spot, the altar, the bones, the wax, all exactly how I left them. I moved the stones aside and cleared a shallow hole in the dirt. The wax cracked under my hands, flaking apart like old paint. Then, I took Diana's severed hand and placed it in the box, covering it under a thick layer of salt after wrapping it in linen. I filled the hole and the rest of the spiritual space with even more salt, cleansing the area clean. I was done when there wasn't a trace of wax or bones left. I sat back, hands resting on my knees, and looked at the ground one last time. "That's enough now," I said. The house responded as if it heard me. It started as a low rumble beneath me, The crawl space shook hard, knocking dust loose from the beams above. The ground trembled. I pressed my hands to the dirt and waited. Then, with a sharp crack, the world jolted. Wood groaned all around me, and the sound of glass shattering tore through the air above. And then it stopped. Silence followed. Total stillness. I didn't move until it was over. When I was sure nothing else was coming, I turned around and crawled back the way I came. My flashlight beam trembled slightly, dust still drifting through the crawl space. At the entrance, I climbed out, carrying the box with me. The wind outside had picked up just enough to rustle the trees. From where I stood, I could see the windows. Every single one had shattered outward. Jagged glass framed the edges, and shards littered the porch and sidewalk. It looked like the house had exhaled all at once. I stepped through the front door. The living room was covered in broken glass. Father Daniel stood in the very middle of it, still holding his old Bible. A wet streak ran down one wall where the holy water had splashed. He looked at me and gave a short nod. Upstairs, Clive came down slowly, holding his cheek. A thin cut ran just under his eye. Fresh, but not deep. It would scar, though. He looked around, eyes wide, and then locked eyes with me. Is it over? I nodded. It was over. It'd been a few days since we finished the job. The Monroe house was quiet now. No more flickering lights, no more words on the wall. The second floor still needed repairs, and the windows had all been boarded up after the glass blew out. But the house itself was clean. For the first time in a long while, it was just a house again. Mrs. Monroe called and asked if she could stop by the office. I told her she was welcome any time. She arrived in the same black dress she wore the first time, but it looked different now. She stood straighter. Her face looked rested. No makeup today, no sunglasses. Her eyes were tired, but they were clear. Clive greeted her at the door. She sat across from me, folding her hands tightly in her lap. And I told her everything. I explained that the house wasn't haunted in the way people imagine. Diana Mercer, the woman who lived there before, had been a practicing occultist. She wasn't born with power. She made a deal with something. That kind of deal always leaves a trace. Before she died, she left behind more than a memory. She left behind a part of herself. Her hand, hidden under the house, preserved and placed at the center of an altar. That hand acted like a cord tying her to the house. As long as it remained, her influence stayed. The Monroe family was not imagining it. The house really had turned against them. Clive filled in the rest. He told her about the ritual room upstairs, the symbols, the wax circles, and the bones. He explained how he cleansed each space. We didn't leave anything behind. Mrs. Monroe stared down at her lap while we spoke. She didn't interrupt. When I finished, she looked up with eyes glassy from held-back tears. She didn't cry, but her voice caught when she thanked us. She stood and reached into her purse, pulling out a thick envelope. She placed it on the desk between us. Then she left, back into the alley, into the city that hadn't stopped moving since the case began. Clive leaned against his desk and watched her go. He waited until the door clicked shut, then turned toward me. You said something earlier about what you found under the house. I nodded, I already knew what was coming. You said there was a chicken. Dead. Fresh. I nodded. He crossed his arms and looked at the floor. But Diana's been dead for 10 years, so she couldn't have done that. That means someone else was feeding the ritual, keeping it going. He let that settle for a second. Exactly, I replied. It wasn't an accident. That chicken had been laid there as an offering. Not random. Someone else knew about the ritual and had been trying to keep it alive. Whether they were part of Diana's group or found her notes later, I couldn't say. But the meaning was clear. Someone had continued her work. Without that sacrifice, the spell would have died years ago. Clive didn't like that. I could see it on his face. So they're still out there? He asked. Maybe, but it doesn't matter. We broke the connection. Without the hand, without the altar, there's nothing left to feed. Whoever they were, they don't have power anymore. He nodded slowly, not happy, but understanding. Outside, the rain in Atlanta hadn't stopped. It pattered against the office windows as Clive poured another mug of whatever passed for coffee that day. The envelope from Mrs. Monroe sat in the desk drawer, unopened. Later, as we looked back and reviewed, we dubbed this the Monroe witch case. You see, not every job ends with all the answers. Some just end. But the house was quiet now, and the family was safe. I listened to the rain outside and stared out the window. Sooner or later, the next person would walk through our door with a story they couldn't explain, and we'd be ready.
Hey everyone, Steven here. I hope you enjoyed the story. In case you haven't watched it yet, just so you know, the full Daggerlin series is on the channel. It's about 4.5 hours, and I think you'll really like it. So if you haven't finished the Daggerlin series and you'd like something to do, check it out. I will try to put a video link on screen. Also, check out our new Daggerlin merch at hauntedstuff.com. There's a link in the description. Thank you for listening and all the support, and I hope you have a great weekend. Commercial flying isn't mysterious. People who don't do it for a living tend to think it is. They imagine turbulence as danger, clouds as concealment, altitude as risk. From the cockpit, it's the opposite. Everything's measured and mapped. Every airway, altitude, every transition point exists because someone long before you figured out the safest, most efficient way to move aluminum through the air. By the time you reach an airline cockpit, the romance is gone. You trust procedures because they work. You trust instruments because they don't care how you feel. You trust airspace because it's regulated down to the mile and the minute. The sky, as far as we're concerned, is owned. Most flights blend together after a while. Pushback, taxi, line up, climb, cruise, descend, land. Weather is either something you work around or something you delay for. Traffic is background noise. Emergencies are rare, and when they do happen, they follow predictable patterns. That's why training exists. That's why checklists exist. You're taught early on not to personalize anomalies. Systems fail sometimes. Humans make mistakes. You correct, continue, and you log it in if you need to. Aviation is built on the idea that nothing should ever surprise you. And for most of my career, that was true. I have flown in every condition that makes passengers grip armrest and swear off flying forever. Severe turbulence, lightning crawling across the windshield, winds strong enough
that landing felt like setting the airplane down sideways. And none of that stuck with me. None of that even made me question the job. What stuck were the flights where nothing went wrong. Clear weather, normal traffic, nominal systems. Those are the ones that bother me now. There's a confidence that comes with airline flying that's hard to explain unless you've been there. You're not wondering what's around you. Between GPS, inertial systems, radar, traffic displays, and constant communication with air traffic control, there shouldn't be anything you don't know about in the sky around you. The phrase we use is situational awareness, and modern cockpits are designed to make it nearly impossible to lose. You know where you are, who's above you, who's below you, who's crossing 10 miles ahead, and who will be there in 5 minutes. The margins are tight, but they're intentional. That's why when something doesn't line up, it's unsettling in a way turbulence never is. Turbulence is chaotic, but it follows rules. Wind shear, thermal activity, mountain waves, you can point to causes. You can explain it and brief it. You can predict it. What I'm talking about are moments when the sky behaves like it skipped a step. I didn't notice it at first. Most pilots wouldn't. The first few times it was easy to write off as clerical noise. A bad timestamp, a delayed data entry, somebody on the ground clicking the wrong field in a system that feeds a dozen others. Aviation runs on layers of software stitched together over decades, and small errors happen. But small errors don't repeat cleanly. They don't show up across independent systems that aren't supposed to talk to each other. They don't persist after you double check them. And they definitely don't leave you with the feeling that something arrived before it should have. There's an unspoken rule in this job. You don't chase ghosts. If you start treating every irregularity as something ominous, you'll burn out fast. You stick to what you can verify. You fly the airplane. You let maintenance worry about hardware, and dispatch worry about paperwork. Still, there are things pilots talk about quietly, usually off the record. Things that don't fit into reports cleanly. Routes that feel short on certain days. Calls that don't quite sound right until later. Visuals that vanish the moment you look away. Nobody frames these as stories. They're anecdotes, delivered flatly, usually followed by a shrug. Aviation attracts practical people. We don't lean into mystery. And that's why it took me years to accept that what I was seeing wasn't random. It wasn't weather or fatigue, and it wasn't coincidence. The sky behaves the way it does because we expect it to. Because we assume distance is fixed, time is linear, and airspace is consistent. Almost all of the time, those assumptions hold. Almost. The flights I'm about to describe didn't involve emergencies. No maydays or screaming alarms or heroic landings. They were ordinary flights that ended with data that didn't belong to them. And once you notice that kind of thing, it becomes harder to ignore the days when the sky feels just a little too efficient. A little too close. Alright, well, let's get to incident 1. The suitcase that arrived first. This one didn't feel important at the time. If anything, it felt like a mild inconvenience wrapped in somebody else's problem. We were already taxiing in when the cabin crew called up to the cockpit to let us know a passenger had a question about their bag. That happens on almost every flight. People worry their luggage didn't make it. They misread the carousel numbers. They assume the worst before the aircraft doors even open. We told the lead flight attendant to have the passenger check with baggage services at the terminal. Standard response. We shut down, ran our checklist, and opened the door. Nothing unusual. The flight itself had been unremarkable. Short hop with clear weather and light load. Smooth ride the whole way down. We'd been a few minutes early on arrival, which always feels like a small victory, even though it doesn't actually change anything. I was finishing up paperwork
when the same flight attendant came back up front. She said the passenger was insisting that their bag was already waiting for them. I remember half smiling and saying something like that'd be a first without really thinking about it. She didn't laugh. She said the passenger had a photo. That got my attention. I followed her off the aircraft and down into the jet bridge where the passenger was standing with their phone out. Middle-aged guy. Calm, not angry or excited, just confused. He showed me a photo of his suitcase sitting by itself near the carousel. It was unmistakably his. Distinctive color, scuffed corner, a ribbon tied to the handle. The timestamp on the photo showed it'd been taken 10 minutes earlier. At that point, I assumed it was a reused bag photo from a previous trip. People do that sometimes. They try to prove a point by recycling evidence. I don't know, it's strange. And then he showed me the baggage claim notification. His bag had been scanned into the destination system before we landed. That's the part that still sticks with me. Airplane baggage handling is messy, but it's not magical. A bag doesn't exist in the arrival system until it's physically offloaded, scanned, and inducted onto a belt. Every step is logged automatically. It's not dependent on one person remembering to click a button. I told him to head to baggage services and said I'd check with ground operations. Again, nothing dramatic, just due diligence. By the time I got back to the cockpit, the first officer had already heard about it from the ramp crew, and they were just as confused. We pulled up the timeline. Departure scan, correct. Bag loaded on our aircraft at the origin. Weight and balance reflected it. Cargo door sealed. Arrival scan, timestamped 7 minutes before touchdown. I checked the flight log to make sure it wasn't misreading something. The aircraft's on-block time was recorded properly. The arrival scan predated it cleanly. Not by seconds, by minutes. Ground ops assumed it was a system sync issue. That's the phrase they used. A delay between systems updating or a cached entry being released early. Sounded reasonable enough. These systems are old, layered and patched, sometimes temperamental. Still, it bothered me. I asked if any other bags from our flight had similar timestamps. They didn't. Just the one. Maintenance checked the cargo door seals as a formality, and everything was normal. Dispatch reviewed the load sheet. Normal. The bag tag number matched the passenger. No duplication or misroute. Eventually, the explanation settled on data irregularity, which is airline shorthand for, we don't know. The passenger got his bag, and he was intact. No damage or missing things. He thanked us and left. And that should have been the end of it. But later that night, after we'd flown another leg and parked for the evening, the first officer brought it up again. He asked if I'd ever seen anything like that before. I said no. He said neither had he. What made it worse wasn't the anomaly itself. It was how clean it was, No errors or system meltdown, It was like one object behaving as if distance didn't apply to it. Well, a few weeks later, something similar happened on a different route. Different aircraft and crew and airport. Same result. A bag scanned into the arrival system early. This time, the difference was that someone noticed before the aircraft even landed. Ground ops flagged it while we were still on descent. They assumed the bag had been misloaded onto an earlier flight. It hadn't. The tag trace showed it loaded onto our aircraft at the origin. The ramp cameras confirmed it. The bag never left the plane. Yet there it was, logged as having arrived. Again, no other bags showed the same behavior. Again, the explanation was quietly closed as a system error. Well, I started asking around, casually, over coffee during layovers, in the way pilots talk when they're not writing anything down. A cargo captain told me he'd seen a pallet register as delivered while they were still over the ocean. He'd laughed it off at the time. Another pilot mentioned a wheelchair that appeared at the gate before the aircraft reached the stand. He said he assumed it was a coincidence until he realized the gate hadn't been assigned yet. None of these incidents were alarming on their own. Nobody filed safety reports or escalated them. They didn't affect operations. But they shared the same shape. An object arriving before its carrier. At first, I told myself I was looking for patterns that weren't there. That's human nature. Once you notice something odd, you start seeing it everywhere. But I kept quiet records just for myself. And the more I looked, the more strange things got. Incident 2. The Missing Minutes. Now, the next one didn't involve baggage or ground systems. It involved us. It was a medium-length domestic leg, long enough to settle into cruise, but short enough that you're paying attention to the clock. Those flights live and die on timing. Fuel planning, descent profiles, crew duty limits, everything is built around predictable minutes. Weather was clear from departure to destination. Not mostly clear, but clear. No convective activity. No jet stream anomalies worth mentioning. No altitude changes requested. It was one of those days where flying feels almost automated. We leveled off early and settled into cruise. Engines were stable. Fuel flow was exactly where it should be. Ground speed was normal for the altitude and wind component we had. Nothing unusual. About halfway through the leg, air traffic control asked us to confirm our position. That's not unheard of, but it's a little uncommon. Normally, they already know. Radar, ADS-B, transponder returns. Our position is being tracked constantly. I read back our coordinates. There was a pause on the frequency. Then ATC asked us to say it again. I did, and there was another pause. They came back and asked if we could confirm our ground speed. I glanced down, read it off, and looked at the first officer. He shrugged. Everything looked fine. ATC acknowledged and told us to continue as cleared. And that was it. Now, if that had been the end of it, I wouldn't be telling this story. A few minutes later, we were handed off to the next sector much earlier than expected. The first officer noticed it at the same time I did. He tapped the navigation display and asked if I thought the wind data had updated incorrectly. We cross-checked and it hadn't. The forecast and actuals were aligned. I pulled up the flight plan timing. According to the numbers, we were ahead. According to the engines, we weren't. According to the ground speed, we weren't. According to the clock, we were. It didn't add up. Well, the rest of the flight went normally. Descent, approach, landing, all standard. It wasn't until later, after shutdown, that things started to bother me. I pulled the post-flight data out of habit more than concern. Engine trends were clean. Fuel burn was exactly where it should have been. No spikes or anomalies. And then I looked at the recorded timestamps. The flight data recorder showed a gap. The aircraft transitioned between two logged waypoints faster than the distance between them should have allowed. The timestamps were clean, sequential, no errors. It was as if the airplane had covered a stretch of airspace without spending the expected amount of time inside it. I showed it to the first officer. He frowned, recalculated it manually, and came to the same conclusion. We went through every reasonable explanation. There's no tailwind, no altitude deviation, instrument error, cross-checked across independent systems. GPS glitch, well, possible, but unlikely given the consistency across multiple sensors. Eventually, we landed on the same conclusion aviation always does when something doesn't affect safety. Log it and move on. So we did. The next time it happened was 3 months later. Different route and aircraft.
Similar length. Same result. This time, ATC noticed again. They asked us to slow down. That got my attention. You don't get asked to slow down in cruise unless spacing is off. We reduced speed slightly, well within normal limits. A few minutes later, they asked us to slow again. We complied. According to them, we were closing on traffic ahead much faster than expected. According to our displays, we weren't. There was no visual traffic, nothing on the scope. After landing, I requested a copy of the ATC timing data through normal channels. They took a while. By the time it came back, I'd almost forgotten about it. The timestamps didn't match ours. Their system showed us passing through controlled airspace earlier than our onboard systems indicated. I stopped talking about it openly after that. Not because anybody told me to stop, but because I recognized the look people gave me when I brought it up. Aviation doesn't reward curiosity unless it improves safety or efficiency. Everything else is noise. Still, I started paying closer attention. Some flights felt longer than scheduled. Some felt shorter. Most felt normal. The ones that didn't weren't tied to weather or traffic or aircraft type. There was no consistent pattern I could point to. No particular altitude or latitude that explained it. Just stretches of sky that seemed to let you through faster than they should. I didn't feel anything during those moments. No physical sensation or visual distortion. No sound. If you weren't watching the numbers, you'd never know anything had happened. That's the part that bothers me. If something dangerous is happening, you expect warning signs, alarms, vibration. This didn't feel dangerous. It felt efficient. Like the sky had decided we didn't need to spend as much time there. After the third occurrence, I stopped assuming it was a coincidence. After the fourth, I stopped telling myself it was fatigue. After the fifth, I started wondering what would happen if we stayed inside one of those compressed stretches longer than usual. So far, we never have. Not deliberately, anyway. And that's probably for the best. Incident 3. This one took time to understand. At the moment it happened, there was nothing about it that felt wrong. It sounded exactly like a pilot doing his job. We were in cruise, mid-morning, clear skies, international airspace, but well within normal commercial corridors. The radios were busy in the way they usually are. Position reports, altitude confirmations, handoffs between sectors. Nothing stood out. And then a call came in on our frequency. It was brief and professional. The voice identified an aircraft by call sign and tail number, stated their position, altitude, and heading, and requested confirmation of traffic in the area. Standard stuff. I glanced at the traffic display. Nothing showed nearby. Before I could respond, ATC came back and acknowledged the call. They issued a routine advisory and cleared the aircraft to continue on course. The exchange was clean, textbook phraseology, nothing improvised. The voice sounded calm. Male, middle-aged, if I had to guess. Slight accent, hard to place but not unusual. Pilots fly internationally all the time. I remember thinking briefly that his radio sounded a little older. Not bad, just flatter, less processed. But that could have been anything. Radio quality varies. We never saw the aircraft. Not visually. Not on TCAS. Not on radar. That, too, isn't unheard of. Sometimes traffic is below radar coverage, or shielded by terrain, or filtered out momentarily. It happens. A few minutes later, the aircraft called again. Same voice and calm tone, same professional cadence. They thanked ATC and reported clear of the area. Then the frequency moved on. The rest of the flight was uneventful. We landed, parked, and went about our day.
It wasn't until that evening, during a layover, that the first officer brought it up. He asked if I'd noticed that the call sign sounded unfamiliar. I shrugged. Call signs change. Charter flights, cargo ops, repositioning legs, you hear all kinds of identifiers. He said he'd tried to look it up out of curiosity. It wasn't in the system. That's unusual, but not unheard of. Databases lag. Temporary call signs exist. Military flights sometimes don't populate civilian systems correctly. By the time he showed me what he found, my stomach dropped. The aircraft wasn't missing from the database. It had been removed from it decades ago. The tail number belonged to an aircraft that disappeared over open water more than 50 years ago. No distress call or debris field, no confirmed crash site. It was one of those cases aviation historians argue about. Fuel exhaustion versus mechanical failure versus weather versus something else. The official record listed it just as lost. The call sign had been retired shortly after. No other aircraft had used it since. The hair on my arms stood up when I read that. We pulled the cockpit voice recording from our flight, and the transmission was there, clear as day. We played it back multiple times. The voice hadn't changed, no distortion, no background noise that didn't belong. No indication it was anything other than a normal radio call. ATC confirmed they'd heard it too. When we asked if they'd pulled the aircraft's radar track, the answer came back short and final. There was no radar track, no primary return or secondary transponder. Nothing. Just a voice. Someone suggested it might have been a replay, an old transmission bleeding through, a recording accidentally rebroadcast. That explanation didn't hold. It wasn't a tape. It was interactive. The internal discussion stopped there. Not because anyone ordered it to stop, but because nobody wanted to push it further. There are moments in aviation where you realize you're brushing up against something that doesn't have a checklist. We were quietly advised not to file anything formal beyond noting unidentified transmission. That phrase covers a lot. The recording was archived, and life went on. I told myself it was a coincidence layered on top of another coincidence, that the call sign match was unfortunate, but meaningless, that someone somewhere had reused an old identifier without updating a database. Except that didn't explain the tail number, or the fact that the aircraft described its position in a way that placed it exactly where the missing plane would have been, given its last known heading, adjusted for modern routing. That detail came out later, during an off-the-report conversation with someone who'd looked deeper than they were supposed to. The next time I heard that call sign, it wasn't on one of my flights. It was over coffee, in a crew room halfway across the world. Another pilot mentioned it casually. Said he'd heard a strange transmission once that didn't match anything on his displays. Said the voice sounded old-fashioned, whatever that means. When I asked him what the call sign was, he hesitated. Then he told me. And it was the same one. Same number. He hadn't looked it up because he hadn't wanted to. Neither of us said anything else after that. There are ghosts people talk about in aviation. Phantom airports. Runways that appear in fog. Lights that don't belong to anything. Most of those stories get exaggerated with retelling. This one does not need embellishment. Incident 4. The Blue Orbs. Now, by the time this happened, I'd stopped assuming that every strange event would announce itself as strange. Most of the things that stayed with me didn't arrive with alarms or urgency. They showed up quietly, like something that expected to be seen eventually. This was a night flight over open water.
Long haul, high altitude. The kind of route where there's nothing to look at outside except stars and the faint reflection of the cockpit on the glass. These flights are monotonous in a way that actually sharpens your awareness for me. There's less visual clutter, fewer radio calls, fewer distractions. You notice small things. The first officer was the one who saw it first. He didn't react right away. He leaned forward slightly, adjusted his seat, and looked again before saying anything. That's a habit most pilots develop early. Confirm with your own eyes before you bring someone else in. After a few seconds, he said,
"Did you see that off the left side?"
I followed his gaze. At first, I assumed it was a reflection. That's almost always the answer. Internal lighting, instrument glow, a star lined up just wrong. I shifted my head and changed angles. The light didn't move. It was blue, not white blue or strobe blue, a deep, saturated blue, like a welding arc seen from a distance. It sat slightly below our altitude, a few miles off our left wing, steady and constant. Then a second one appeared, then a third. They didn't pop into existence, they faded in smoothly, as if they'd been there the whole time and we'd only just noticed them. They weren't flashing or rotating. They were leaving contrails or reflections. They just sat there matching our speed. And that's when the first officer quietly said, "Those aren't stars." I checked TCAS. Nothing. No traffic or altitude returns or warnings. I checked the weather radar next. Completely clear. Well, we altered speed slightly, not enough to be operationally significant, just enough to see if relative position would change. It didn't. The lights adjusted with us. Not aggressively or suddenly, just enough to maintain spacing. And that was the moment the cabin got real quiet. Neither of us reached for the radio right away, not because we were afraid to, but because we didn't yet know what we'd be reporting. Pilots don't call ATC to say, "There's something weird." You need specifics. Altitude, bearing, distance, behavior. I keyed the mic and asked ATC if they had any traffic near our position. They didn't. I asked again, more specifically, giving relative bearing and altitude. Negative traffic. I asked if any military activity was scheduled in the area. None. We watched the lights for several minutes. They didn't approach or retreat. They didn't cross in front of us or fall behind. They behaved like formation traffic. Except there was no aircraft. Eventually, one of them moved. It didn't accelerate away. It didn't climb or descend in a way that matched aircraft performance. It simply slid laterally, arcing around our nose and repositioning itself on the right side of the aircraft. The movement was smooth, and that's when I felt real unease. Because I'd heard about this before. Not in rumors, not online. In official briefings and incident summaries that never quite make the headlines. Commercial pilots in Europe have reported blue lights pacing aircraft at cruise altitude. Navy pilots off the US East Coast have described spherical objects that glow blue or white and maneuver without visible propulsion. FAA safety reports include entries describing unidentified luminous objects maintaining formation for extended periods before vanishing. There was a widely reported case years ago involving pilots over the Pacific who described blue orbs orbiting their aircraft at altitude. Another involved airline crews over the Middle East seeing similar lights during night operations, recorded by multiple cockpit crews independently. Those reports are always written carefully. No speculations, just behavior. And that's exactly what we were seeing. The orbs weren't affected by our wake. They didn't drift when we altered heading slightly. They weren't buffeted by air currents. They behaved like they were in their own environment, intersecting ours temporarily. Well, after about 10 minutes, ATC called us. They hadn't seen anything on radar, but another aircraft behind us had reported unusual blue lights in the same general area. That did something to my sense of scale. This wasn't isolated to us. We weren't being singled out. We were passing through something other crews had encountered too. The lights didn't vanish all at once. One dimmed and faded. Another followed a minute later. The last lingered the longest, holding position off the right wing before sliding backward and disappearing into the dark. No acceleration or flare, just gone. The rest of the flight was quiet. After landing, we wrote it up the only way you can write something like that up. Precise and minimal. Behavioral. No adjectives that didn't belong. 3 blue luminous objects observed at cruise altitude. Maintained relative position. No TCAS return, no radar contact. No turbulence or system anomalies. That's it. Later during the layover, a different crew approached us quietly. They asked if we'd seen anything unusual on the route. They didn't need to explain further. They had. And it was the same color and behavior and quiet departure. Now, nobody suggested aliens. Nobody joked. Nobody speculated. That's not how pilots talk about things that make them very uncomfortable. We talked about what happened, then we moved on. But from that point forward, whenever I flew at night over open water, I found myself scanning the dark a little more carefully. Incident 5, the red sky. This was the first time the sky stopped behaving like sky. Not visually strange in a subtle way or ambiguous. Not something you could rationalize if you stared at it long enough. It was very wrong. Now, this was a night flight over continental airspace, well within controlled routing, nothing remote or exotic. Weather briefings were clean across the board. No convective activity, no high cloud tops, no anomalies. The first half of the flight was uneventful enough that neither of us would have remembered it otherwise. The first sign came from the horizon. At first glance, it looked like distant weather illuminated by city glow. That happens sometimes. Storm systems can reflect sodium vapor lights and create strange colors at night. But this wasn't reflected light. The sky ahead of us, it was red. Not streaked, not layered or moving. A deep, uniform red filled the entire forward view, from left to right, from below the nose to well above our altitude. It didn't brighten gradually, it was simply there, like a wall we hadn't noticed until we were close enough to see it. I checked the weather radar immediately. Clear. I adjusted the tilt, increased gain, switched modes. Still clear. The first officer leaned forward, eyes fixed on the windshield. He didn't say anything at first. The red didn't get closer the way weather does. It didn't resolve into clouds or bands. Didn't change shape. It waited. And then the turbulence hit. Not chop or gradual build. The autopilot disconnected hard, and the aircraft lurched as if it struck resistance. Wasn't air pressure, it was something denser. The controls responded normally, but the feedback felt very wrong, like flying through a medium that wasn't uniform. And outside, the red intensified. And then things started to move inside it. These were not vague shapes. These were enormous. The first one became visible as a silhouette against the red, then resolved enough that scale became impossible to ignore. It was massive, longer than our entire wingspan, moving slowly across our forward field of view. It wasn't flying the way aircraft fly, it was swimming through the red, its body undulating as if the sky itself had depth. Then another appeared. Then another. They were huge. Not large animal huge, continental shelf huge. The kind of size you associate with deep ocean creatures. Things that only make sense where pressure and darkness hide scale. One passed close enough that I could see structure. There was a head. There were wings. More shapes followed, some vertical, rising through the red as if ascending from below, others horizontal, gliding past at different depths. One moved beneath us, and the aircraft jolted again, like we crossed a wake. The first officer said something then. Disbelief? ATC called us. They asked if we were experiencing turbulence. I answered yes and requested an immediate deviation. They approved it instantly. The turbulence intensified again. The aircraft shuddered as another massive shape passed close enough that I could see it. One of the creatures turned, and I don't want to describe it. I committed to a full reversal. Not a standard deviation or gradual turn. I turned the aircraft back the way we came. As the turn completed, the red began to collapse. It didn't fade, it was like it folded. The sky ahead compressed inward, forming a circular distortion, darker at the edges, lighter in the center. And then we crossed a boundary. The sky snapped back to normal. Black, empty stars. The turbulence stopped instantly. Autopilot re-engaged without complaint. All systems stabilized. No warnings or residual effects. It was like it hadn't happened. ATC called again, asking us to confirm heading and intentions. I told them we were returning to our departure airport due to unforeseen severe turbulence. That was true. The landing was uneventful. Maintenance found nothing wrong with the aircraft, no damage or sensor faults. The flight data showed sharp turbulence events, and it showed nothing else. Of course it didn't. Later, in a quiet room, the first officer asked the only question that mattered. What do you think would have happened if we kept going? I didn't answer. Now, this last incident is very hard to explain, not because it was frightening exactly, but because it was ridiculous. There was no red sky or lights, no voices on the radio. It was just weather. At least that's what it was supposed to be. We were on descent when the turbulence started. Not unusual at that altitude. A little rougher than forecast, but nothing that justified concern at first. Then it intensified rapidly. Sharp jolts, sudden drops, impacts against the fuselage loud enough to be heard over the engines. It sounded like hail. That's what I told the cabin crew. Secure the cabin, expect a rough ride, standard procedures. We checked weather radar. Nothing. No cells or returns or precipitation. And then something struck the windshield hard enough that both of us flinched. Another hit followed, then several more. Rapid, uneven impacts, like we were flying through a dense shower of debris. The aircraft shook violently. The turbulence wasn't smooth or patterned. It felt chaotic, as if objects were striking us from multiple directions. We slowed. We descended faster than planned. ATC asked if we needed assistance. I told them we were encountering severe turbulence and possible hail. That was the closest word available. By the time we broke out into clear air, the impact stopped as abruptly as they'd begun. The rest of the descent was smooth. The landing was uneventful, though the aircraft did need inspection before the next leg. That didn't surprise anyone. Hail can do serious damage even when radar misses it. What surprised everyone was what maintenance found. There were small, colorful fragments smeared along the leading edges of the wings, in gaps near control surfaces, embedded in places hailstones shouldn't reach. At first, one of the mechanics thought it was insulation or paint transfer from ground equipment. And then he picked one up, and it was sticky. Another one was intact enough to identify. A jelly bean. Not melted or burned, just cracked and flattened from impact. They found hundreds of them. Different colors: red, yellow, green, purple. Some stuck to the wing like residue. Others lodged in seams and crevices. A few had bounced hard enough to leave faint dye streaks in the paint. Nobody said anything for a long moment. Eventually, someone asked if a catering cart had exploded midair. It hadn't. Someone else suggested cargo contamination. Yeah, there was no cargo like that on board. Weather logs were checked. No reports of hail. No storms anywhere near our route. No explanation for why candy would be falling from the sky. The official report listed unknown foreign object debris associated with severe turbulence. The jelly beans were cleaned off and disposed of. I think I even saw a couple of our guys eating them. No samples were kept, as far as I know. Of all the things I have seen flying, that's the one people laugh about when they hear it. Even other pilots. Especially other pilots, and I don't blame them. But every time I see a maintenance crew inspecting wings after turbulence now, I think about how easy it is for something absurd to slip through the cracks of explanation. There was no monsters or lights or warnings. Just a hell of a lot of candy falling from an empty sky. Well, I still fly. That's usually the first question people ask when they hear some version of these stories. They expect hesitation or a change in tone, or an admission that something broke permanently in my brain after all this. It didn't, as far as I know. I still trust the airplane. I still trust the systems. I trust the people I fly with. Aviation works because it is built on discipline, repetition, and the refusal to panic when something unexpected happens. None of what I've described took that away from me. What it changed was how I think about the sky. Pilots are trained to believe that airspace is consistent, that distance in physics behaves the same everywhere, that time passes at the same rate regardless of where you are, as long as your clocks agree. We treat the sky like a three-dimensional map you can fold neatly into numbers. And most of the time that model works. But not always. Over the years, I've come to accept that there are pockets of airspace that don't behave the way the rest of it does. Places where objects arrive early, where time compresses, where voices come from aircraft that never landed, where lights pace you without showing up on anything that's supposed to see them, where entire sections of sky change character without warning. None of this happens often. That's important to understand. If it did, aviation wouldn't function. Flights wouldn't arrive. Systems would fail constantly, and people wouldn't shrug these things off and keep going. The rarity is what allows it to exist unnoticed. Most pilots go their entire careers without encountering anything like what I've described. Many who do encounter it will dismiss it, forget it, or decide it isn't worth talking about. This job doesn't encourage philosophical detours. We don't get paid to wonder. Still, there are quiet adjustments people make. Routes some crews don't like. Headings they avoid if they don't have to take them. Sections of sky that feel off on certain nights for reasons no one writes down. Now, none of this is official. None of it shows up in manuals. It doesn't need to. Aviation is full of unspoken rules. No, I don't think the sky is hostile. That's the part people get wrong when they hear stories like this. They jump straight to fear or invasion or intent. What I've seen doesn't feel aggressive exactly. Maybe it's indifferent. Like we're passing through systems that weren't designed with us in mind. The red sky didn't chase us. The lights didn't intercept us. The creatures didn't react beyond noticing we were there. Even the jelly beans, as absurd as that sounds, didn't feel targeted. They just happened. I don't know if that makes it better or worse, because it suggests that whatever else exists up there isn't concerned with us one way or the other. It's like we're incidental. Most days we move through the sky unnoticed. Some days we brush up against something larger. Now, I don't tell passengers about any of this. I don't hint at it. I know a lot of people are afraid of flying. People deserve a calm flight. They deserve confidence. They deserve to believe that the sky behaves the same today as it did yesterday. And most of the time it does. If there's any advice buried in all this, it isn't about fear. It's about humility. The world is bigger than our systems. The sky is older than our maps. Just because we've learned how to move through it efficiently does not mean we understand it.
My name is Oliver, and I joined the circus because I thought it'd be easy money. I'd been working carnivals since I was 17. Not the fun kind with clean lights and smiling families, but the back-end stuff. Loading crates, fixing generators, chasing off drunk teenagers trying to sneak in without tickets. Greasy fair food, cricket rides, long hours, no benefits. It wasn't a career. It wasn't even a job most of the time. You just drifted from one town to the next to guys who didn't like to talk about what they'd done before they found themselves elbow deep in mechanical snakes or rigging up tilt-a-whirls in the rain. I didn't have a plan. I told myself I was just doing this until something better came along. I used to carry books in my duffel, old paperbacks I found at thrift stores. I'd read them between shifts, or when the rides were slow. Sometimes I'd sit on top of the funhouse roof with a sandwich and read until the sun went down. Made things feel normal, like I was still part of the real world. I liked nonfiction, science stuff, history, odd facts. I'd underline words I didn't know and look them up later, write them on napkins or scratch paper and try to remember them. I told myself I might go back to school someday, take, night classes maybe. My dad always said education was the only thing you could carry without a bag. But that was before the recruiter came. It was late summer, and I was doing lowdown at a washed-up fairground outside of Reno. A storm had blown through the night before, and half the tents were half collapsed in the mud. Everyone was tired, irritated, and broke. We'd just gotten stiffed on our last paycheck, and the boss had vanished. Again. And that's when I saw him. Red coat, black slacks, polished shoes that didn't sink into the mud like everyone else's. He was just standing by the fence, hands behind his back, like he was waiting for someone. He watched me for a long time before calling me over. Said he was hiring for a traveling circus. Said they needed labor. Stagehands, security, whatever. Said they paid cash at the end of every night. No strings, no contracts. Just show up, work, get paid. I didn't ask too many questions. And that was my first mistake. I packed my stuff, and I left with him that night. There wasn't much to pack. Just my duffel, the clothes I'd been wearing, and a backpack full of dented paperbacks. I didn't tell anyone goodbye. Didn't have anyone to tell. Felt, just like another job, another town, just another tent to set up and tear down. And maybe it would have been if it were any other place. But nothing about this circus was normal. They called themselves Circus de Freak. I still remember the first time I saw it. We were driving through the desert in a rented van, just me and the guy in the red coat. He didn't talk much, just hummed sometimes under his breath and kept his eyes on the road. I fell asleep at some point. When I woke up, we weren't on the highway anymore. There was a big open field ahead, and the tents were already standing, striped black and gold, stretching out in all directions like they'd been there for years. I hadn't seen anyone set them up. There weren't any tracks or trailers, just tents and a few old-fashioned wagons. And that was when I started to feel it. Something off, like I'd stepped into a place that wasn't supposed to be found. But I pushed the feeling down. I needed the money. I needed a place to sleep. And the guy in the red coat had already gotten out of the van and started walking, so I followed. The man in the red coat turned out to be the ringmaster. Everyone just called him that. Nobody ever asked for his real name, and he never offered it. The only clue anyone ever had were the initials AB, stamped at the bottom of the supply checks when someone went into town for food or fuel. The only thing I knew about him then was that he ran the whole show himself. Every tent, every act, every performer. He never yelled, never rushed, never looked tired. He'd walk through the grounds every night before the crowds came in, checking the ropes, the lights, the props. He wasn't like anyone I'd ever worked for. Most bosses at carnivals were loud, always chewing on a cigar or barking orders while pretending they were part of the action. The ringmaster didn't need to raise his voice. When he spoke, people just listened. The older workers treated him with a kind of careful respect. Some of them said they'd been working under him for decades, though he didn't look old enough for that to make sense. I figured they were exaggerating. My first night there, he handed me an envelope with my name on it, Oliver, written in neat handwriting. Inside was a folded bill and a small silver pin shaped like a crescent moon. You wear it when you work. It tells the others you belong here. Like family, he said with a smile. After the show ended that night, I saw him again. He was walking down the rows of tents, stopping by each worker, pressing money into their palms, the same quiet way he'd done with me. Nobody thanked him out loud, but everyone stood very still while he passed. It was like some kind of nightly routine. When he reached me, he nodded and handed me another folded bill. His hand felt dry, and his cologne smelled faintly like burnt sugar mixed with something else. I didn't think much of it at the time. It was late, and I was too tired to care about fancy perfume. The circus itself was unlike any show I'd ever seen. It didn't have a fixed address. One night, we'd be in an empty lot on the edge of a city, and the next we'd wake up surrounded by farmland or on an old fairground that looked abandoned for years. We'd set up after sundown, perform through the night, and by dawn, we'd be gone. The posters always looked the same no matter where we went. One night only, witness a heart-stopping performance. Someone always managed to get the word out fast. Crowds came. No tickets, no entry fees. Everything was free until 6 in the morning. That was the rule. My job was simple. I helped set up tents, carried boxes, repaired wiring, handled spotlights when performers needed it. Sometimes I swept sawdust or held ropes for the acrobats. Nothing hard, but the schedule was strange. We'd start at sunset and end right before sunrise. No clocks anywhere. Only the ringmaster seemed to know the time. Paid us every night, always in cash, always exact. No one got shorted, no one got overpaid. There were no ledgers or receipts, just those neat envelopes with our names on them. A few of the older workers said they tried to ask him about taxes or contracts once, but they stopped bringing it up. The circus didn't have an address, a manager, or even a record online. Just appeared. And the audience didn't seem to care. They came dressed in their best clothes, laughing, eating caramel corn, taking pictures. By morning, they were gone. We'd tear everything down, pack the wagons, and by the time the sky lightened, it was like we were never there. Sometimes, when we were setting up in a new town, I'd look at the ringmaster and wonder how long he'd been doing this. He didn't seem to age, not in the way people do. His face looked the same every night, his suit always pressed, his gloves spotless. The older performers claimed he'd looked exactly like that since the day they met him. I didn't want to know the truth. My dad used to say, never look too close at a man who only deals in cash. I figured this was one of those times. And it wasn't a bad life, really. A bed to sleep in, food every night, steady work. For someone like me, that was enough. Or at least it was for a little while. Over time, I started picking up on rules. Not the kind you find in an employee handbook. There wasn't one. But the kind people learn quietly by watching. You notice things if you paid attention. Certain tents stayed closed between shows. Certain performers didn't like to be looked at too long. Some names weren't spoken out loud. Some corners of the grounds were avoided altogether, even when the wagons were tight on space. Nobody told me any of this straight out. It was more like you just knew when to step back, when to keep your voice down, when to look away. If you didn't, you learned fast, or you wouldn't last. Wasn't like the old carnival jobs. There, people were rough, sure, drunk, weird, sometimes dangerous. But they were still people. This place wasn't like that. Circus de Freak wasn't a circus full of strange people. It was a circus full of monsters. And there were rules if you wanted to survive it. Rule number 1. Never fall in love with a mermaid. This isn't the most important rule, it's just the first one I learned. I'd been with the circus for maybe 5 days when I saw him. 4 mermaids in a long tank behind the freak show tent. The tank's built low into the ground and stretches along the back like an old swimming pool, only deeper. It's got these curved glass sides, thick as a brick wall, and the water is greenish with floating strands of something like seaweed. If you walk around the back of the tent, you'll hear them before you see them. Slow, echoing splashes, like something shifting just under the surface. They're beautiful. I won't lie about that. They look like something pulled out of a dream, or a magazine ad from 100 years ago. Pale skin, smooth and cold-looking, long black hair that floats behind them like it's always caught in a current. Their tails are dark silver with flashes of blue, like wet coins. Their eyes don't blink, and when they look at you, it's like they're seeing something far away, or maybe seeing through you altogether. A lot of the new guys stare. It's hard not to. They press their faces to the glass, maybe toss in some leftover food from the crew tent, crust of bread, sandwich scraps. The mermaids will look up, move close to the surface, and sometimes they smile. It's not a big smile, just a soft little expression, like they're thankful, like they're gentle. One of them, the smallest one, with white scars down her left arm, even waved at me my first night. That's how they get you. They know how to look harmless. They know how to make you feel like they need something from you. Kindness, protection, whatever you want to believe. The ringmaster was the one who told me the truth. I'd asked him offhand why they weren't part of the main show. He laughed and said, "The real show happens after hours, if someone can pay for it." I didn't get it at first. I thought maybe they sang or danced, or something private for high-paying customers. Wasn't until the second week that I saw one of the men disappear. He was some businessman, fancy coat, shiny shoes, smelled like cologne and liquor. The kind of guy who laughed too loud at his own jokes and looked past you when you talked, like you weren't worth his time. Rumor had it, he ran some seedy business out of Vegas and was in town for vacation. He'd been tried more than once for animal abuse too, according to the papers anyway, but always got off somehow. I saw him earlier that evening at the front gate, kicking a stray dog out of his way and calling it a stupid mutt, like it had personally offended him. He came in late, after the lights had gone down and the public had gone home. I saw him slip behind the freak show tent with a rolled up wad of bills and a grin. The ringmaster followed him in, and nobody saw the businessman come back out. The next morning, I was sweeping the gravel along the main path when I saw something strange in the mermaid tank. First, I thought it was just rocks. Then I looked closer. There were bones under the plants. Actual bones. Ribs, finger joints, a jaw half hidden behind a curtain of green. Coins glittered between them like decorations. I asked one of the rigging crew, a guy who'd been with the circus for years, if I was seeing what I thought I was. He just nodded and said, "They eat people. Thought you knew." Then he went back to tightening bolts like it was nothing. And that was when it really hit me. This was not a regular place with strange people. It was a place for real monsters. And the ringmaster, he didn't stop it. In fact, he sold it. He called it special time. Visitors who could pay enough were given private access to the tank. Most of them thought it was something romantic, something exclusive, an hour with a beautiful creature. I think maybe they believed it was some kind of exclusive show, or maybe a photo op. But the mermaids weren't interested in conversation. They waited. They pressed their faces to the glass, quiet and lovely, until the door opened and the humans stepped inside. Then they pulled them into the water. Fast. One sharp splash and the person was gone. If they screamed, nobody heard. Or maybe nobody wanted to. The tank is deep. Deeper than it looks. It's designed that way, so the body sinks fast, so the feeding stays out of sight. People ask about the missing guests sometimes, especially the rich ones who come in late and never leave. The ringmaster always has an answer. He says it plainly, and nobody questions him. Somehow, he always knows who'll be missed and who won't. He has a soft spot for animals. He feeds the strays behind the tents, and he once helped a wounded fox without saying a word. But he doesn't feel the same way about people who step onto his circus grounds thinking they own the place. Especially the greedy ones. He says people like that spend their lives eating everything around them. Resources, opportunities, people. So when the mermaids drag them under, he calls it fair. They eat,
and then they get eaten. That's how the ringmaster sees it. Nobody argues. Yeah, so that's rule 1. Never fall in love with a mermaid. Look, they don't love you, okay? They're just hungry, starving. Every time I pass their tank now, I look away. I don't wave, I don't feed them. I don't meet their eyes. That's what they want. And if you're the type of person who starts thinking, maybe you're different, maybe they won't hurt you, maybe they love you, well, that's the kind of thinking that gets your bones stacked under seaweed like the rest of them. The rules aren't all bad. Some of them can even work in your favor if you pay attention. In fact, this next one, you might actually like it. There's someone here on the circus grounds you should meet, especially if you're ever in a bind about your future. Rule 2. Do talk to the madam if you have the time. She's easy to miss if you don't know where to look. Her tent is small, purple, and set back past the doctor's trailer, little off the main path where the grass grows taller. Most people pass it without noticing. There's no sign out front, no lights, no music, just a wooden post with a hand-painted crescent moon on it. Inside, it's quiet. The air smells like old tea leaves and wax. No mirrors, no stage tricks, no glowing fog machines like the rest of the circus. Just shelves of jars, stacks of books, and her crystal ball on a table in the center. And inside that ball is the Madam Rose Murda, the resident fortune teller. She's a floating head. Just that, a round, pale face inside the glass, blinking slowly, like she's in no hurry at all. Her hair floats gently around her cheeks like it's underwater. Her eyes follow you when you move. She used to be an innkeeper in some far-off place, a town of witches or something like that. She never gives many details. Says she took in the wrong guest one winter and ended up like this. Now, she tells fortunes for a living, reads people's thoughts when they walk through her tent, and hands out advice whether you ask for it or not. But she's kind. Madame Rose Murta always remembers my name. She calls me Ollie in this warm, familiar voice, like I'm her grandson or some neighbor kid she used to babysit. The first time she said it, I almost corrected her. Told her it was Oliver, but I let it go. Felt nice, like something I hadn't heard in a long time. Her tent is one of the few safe places on the circus grounds. It's the only place I can sit down without looking over my shoulder. Nobody bothers you there. None of the creatures come poking around, and the ringmaster never steps foot inside. Nobody knows why. Some say they had a falling out years ago. Others think he's just afraid of her. Either way, he keeps his distance, and that's good enough for me. I go there when I need to think. This time, she didn't even wait for me to say hello. Ollie, when are you gonna leave this place and do something with your life? She said, before I'd stepped all the way inside. I laughed and dropped into the wooden chair across from her table. The legs wobbled a little, like always. Yeah, nice to see you too, Rose Murda. She smiled, slow and wide. Her teeth were small but sharp. Don't dodge the question. Well, you're still here, I began. If it's so bad, why aren't you out there doing something with your life? I said. She tilted slightly in the glass like she was shrugging. Oh, I've got a debt to pay. The kind that can't be settled with money. But you, Ollie, you're free, she said. I didn't say anything right away. I scratched at the edge of the table with my fingernail and looked around the shelves.
The jars were labeled in a language I couldn't read. One of them had something floating in it that looked like a pickled bat. I've just never made this much money before, especially not for doing work like this. It's not hard stuff. I set up the lights, I haul crates. It's simple, I said finally. She nodded. That's how it starts. Looks easy, feels good. It promises a way out. Then one day you wake up and realize it's not a job. It's a trap. I'm not trapped, I replied. Rosemerta didn't argue. She just looked at me, quiet, waiting for me to keep talking. Look, I've worked worse jobs, okay? This place is strange, yeah, but it's steady. I eat, I sleep, I get paid in cash. And I don't have to deal with the outside world. No landlords, no bosses breathing down my neck, no resumes or uniforms or fake smiles. I know it's weird, but it's simple, I said. She didn't blink. Pain likes to disguise itself as comfort. You should remember that. I gave her a look. Do you always have to talk like it's the end of the world? She grinned. That's my job, dear. I'm your elder and a resident fortune teller. You'd be a fool not to listen to the floating head in the crystal ball, Ollie. I couldn't help but smile. I can't argue with that. I looked down at the ball, and for a second, her face looked older, more tired, and I briefly wondered how many people like me she'd given that same advice to, and how many of them actually followed it. I don't even know where I'd go, I began. It's not like I have people waiting for me anywhere. I don't have a home, I don't even have a car. Nobody checks on me. The outside, it's not exactly begging me to come back, I admitted. She smiled again. You don't need a map, just a decision. And we sat in silence for a while after that. There wasn't any sound in her tent, except for the soft ticking of an old clock somewhere. I didn't want to look at it. I knew if I stayed too long, I'd start to agree with her. Before I left, she gave me the usual warning. This place makes promises, big ones. Tells you it can take the pain away. It says you'll earn your freedom if you just keep working. But freedom doesn't come from working for people like him, she said. Yeah, I know, I replied. Do you? Because most people don't realize they're trapped until the doors are already locked. I stood there for a second. Then I gave her a small smile. You want anything from the bakery tent? I think they've got those croissants you like. Her eyes brightened. That's my Ollie. Yeah, don't forget the flaky crust this time. Not the dense ones, those are an insult. I would never, I said, already turning to go. She didn't press the issue again. She didn't have to. I heard her voice behind me, light and fond. Come back when you're ready to talk properly, she said. I lifted a hand in a lazy wave and stepped outside. Rule number 3. Never stay for too long. Most people don't realize they've stayed for too long till it's already happened. That's how it works here. Slowly, little by little, things start to feel comfortable. You get used to the noise at night, the strange faces, the long hours. At first, everything is new and strange, but eventually it feels like routine. like home. That's how they get you. I've heard it called different things. The hooks, the charm, the lull. But the real name is an infernal contract. That's what the old book says. It's a deal. You get something you want, something big, and in return, the circus takes something from you. Sometimes it's obvious. Sometimes you don't even notice until years have passed. Then one day you look up and you realize the door has been shut behind you for a long time. For me, it was money and belonging. I've always felt like an outsider. I was the weird kid in school who liked books and never spoke up. I worked bad jobs for years where nobody even remembered my name. I was always just passing through, never worth much to anyone. But here, people knew me. People needed me. They called me Ollie, laughed at my jokes, saved me a plate at dinner. For once in my life, I felt like I was a part of something. And I was getting paid a lot better than I ever had. 3 times what I'd made working double shifts at the county fairgrounds. It's not just the money, though. It's the idea that maybe this place is a stepping stone. I start thinking, what if I just stay a little longer? Just until I've saved up enough to go back to school. Just until I can afford a place of my own. Just until I figure out what comes next. That's the trap. It starts with logic. You tell yourself it's smart. You tell yourself it's temporary. Feels good. You're eating hot meals. You got a roof, a bed, a name. You're not just some extra on the sidelines. You matter. And the more you tell yourself you're doing it for the future, the more you start to believe it. But this place doesn't want you to leave. The circus runs on these contracts, not written ones, but real ones, tied to something darker. The kind of deals devils used to make in old stories. A gift for a price. And the longer you stay, the deeper in you go. Some people here used to have lives outside. Families, dreams. You ask them now, and they don't even remember what they were saving for. They just remember the day they stopped thinking about leaving. I still think about it. Most days, at least. I still think I'll get out eventually. I'll pack up my duffel, take the cash I've saved, and head for the nearest city. I'll find a small apartment, register for night classes, maybe buy a cheap couch. Something normal. But there's a part of me that wonders if I've already stayed too long. Madame Rosemerda warned me. She said the circus makes big promises, that it starts out feeling like a second chance. Then it sinks in its teeth. By the time you realize what you've given up, it's already yours no longer. And yet I'm still here. The ringmaster found me alone near the edge of the grounds, standing behind the generator wagon with my hands in my pockets. The sky was still dark, but the sun was close. Just enough light to make the tents look faded and worn around the edges. He didn't say anything at first. Just walked up in that quiet way of his and stood beside me, his red coat sharp against the gray morning. He held his top hat in one hand, the other tucked behind him, like always. I didn't look at him right away. I kept my eyes on the tents, on the dim glow of lanterns being taken down one by one. The mermaids ate someone new last night. Poor fellow practically dove in. Hardly made a sound. We're bringing in werewolves with the next shipment, too. The crowd's been asking for something a little wilder, he said. He adjusted his gloves, brushing a speck of dust from the cuff, and smiled.
like it was just good business. I didn't answer. He stepped forward, just enough to look at me directly. His face was pale, clean, without a single crease or blemish. He looked like he'd been carved from something hard and cold, but he smiled all the same.
I hope you're settling in. People seem to really like you, Ollie. You're useful. Steady hands. No complaints. Easy to work with. That's rare around here, he said.
I didn't come here to stay forever, I replied.
No. You came for my money. But tell me, when was the last time somebody called you by name before this? He asked.
I didn't have an answer for that.
You're one of us. A circus freak. Through and through. That's not a bad thing. This is a place for people just like you. People who don't quite fit in anywhere else, he said, with grand outstretched arms like he was headlining another show.
He turned and looked back at the rows of tents. A few workers were still packing things up, dragging ropes, hammering stakes loose.
So what if we kill people? Most of them deserve it, don't they? The greedy, the cruel, the careless. The circus never eats more than it needs to, he said, looking out over the tents. Then he turned to me and smiled. His lips pulled back just enough to show a row of jagged, yellowed teeth. Out there, you're just another boy in a line. But here, you're part of something that matters. A family, he said. He said it like it was a kindness, like he was offering me a home. But I'd seen too much. I'd seen bones at the bottom of the mermaid tank. I'd seen people disappear behind tents and never return. I'd seen what happened to those who stayed too long, chasing promises that turned to chains. This place isn't right, I began. It's not home, and it's not even real. He didn't argue. He didn't try to stop me or change my mind. Instead, he gave a little bow, low and elegant, and set his top hand gently on his head. Well, perhaps one day we'll see eye to eye. Until then. He opened his arms, as if presenting the tents around us. Welcome to the Circus de Frick. We're happy to have you as part of the family, he said with a flourish. Then he walked off, slow and easy, back into the winding paths of the camp, disappearing behind a line of wagons. I stayed there for a while, listening to the last few crates being locked, the footsteps of tired workers heading for the bunks. On my way back, I passed the main poster again. It was nailed to a crooked wooden board near the front gate, the paper slightly curled from dew. The same design as always, black and gold lettering, bold and dramatic. One night only, witness a heart-stopping performance. Below that, in the tiniest font you can imagine, barely visible unless you're really looking, it said, "Free until 6 a.m. After that, you must pay a price equal to all you've consumed." I stood there longer than I meant to, just staring at it. My dad used to tell me there's one piece of advice that never gets old,
No matter where you end up in life, always read the fine print. Well, it took me 6 years to get out. 6 years of working quietly, keeping my head down, doing just enough to be useful, but not enough to be missed. 6 years of saving every dollar, mapping every exit, and pretending I didn't see what I saw. There was a murder, a bad one, the kind I'll explain some other time. And that was the night I knew I couldn't stay any longer. I packed light, didn't say goodbye. Just took my duffel and walked until the lights of the circus disappeared behind me. My boots carried me across 2 counties before I even thought about stopping. And even then, I didn't sleep. The circus doesn't chase you when you leave. That's the trick. It just waits. It knows most everyone comes back. But I'm not coming back. I'm writing this now in the back of a freight train. Car smells like rust and grain. It's quiet, except for the clatter of the tracks. I've tucked this journal behind some crates, wedged between 2 boxes marked for delivery. I don't know who will find it. Maybe nobody will. But maybe it'll be someone like me. Young, broke, tired, and looking for something that feels like a home. If that's you, if you're reading this, I'm begging you to get out while you still can. You'll see the poster. It'll say what it always says. One night only. Witness a heart-stopping performance, free until 6 a.m. That part's true. But there's the rest. There's that tiny print. After that, you will be required to pay a price equal to all you've consumed in body, in spirit, or in soul. A week ago, I got a letter, handwritten in dark blue ink, folded into a purple envelope that smelled like incense and bakery butter. No stamp, no return address. I still don't know how it found me. It was from Madame Rosemerda. She said her debt is finally paid. She didn't say how. She just said she's opening something new. A little shop behind a gas station on a desert road halfway across the country. She said she needs someone to fix the lights and sweep the porch and keep her company when things get slow. I'm going. I don't know what I'll find there. Maybe cobwebs in places Rosemerda can't reach. But it's better than staying one day longer in a place that never meant to let me go. If you're smarter than I was, you won't go looking for the circus. Especially not this one. You won't try to prove you're different. You will listen to the ones who barely made it out. And if nothing else sticks, remember the rules at least. They're simple. Don't fall in love with a mermaid. Talk to fortune tellers if you have the time. And never stay too long in places you don't belong. Some people, like the ringmaster, will promise you the world. Lights, laughter, a place to belong. Just make sure you know what it will cost. Hey, huge thank you to all my patrons. If you'd like to support me on Patreon, there's a link in the description. I hope you enjoyed the story, and have a good night.
My name is Casper. I run my family's funeral home. It was passed down to me by my dad, and to him by his dad before that. As far back as I know, this has always been our work. Some families pass down land or receipts or businesses with friendly storefronts. We pass down the knowledge on how to care for dead bodies. I was named after a movie, actually. Casper the Friendly Ghost. Came out in 1995. My parents watched it in cinema on their first date. I like my name. Always have. It fits my job, sure, but more than that, it fits the way my parents saw the world. They believed you could be gentle and still do serious work. They believed kindness didn't cancel out responsibility. And in a world where work like ours exists, you need a high level of both. Growing up, I always knew who I was going to be. Some people called that limiting. I never did. There was a certain peace in it. I never had to guess. I never had to panic about the future. I watched my dad work. I watched him speak to families when they were tired and sore from crying. I watched how he moved through the building like it was an extension of his body. He knew which doors stuck in the summer and which lights flickered when it rained. He showed me how to carry weight without letting it crush you. I couldn't want for anything when it came to my parents. They were present, steady, and inspiring in the way heroes were in books. They didn't sugarcoat things, but they didn't scare me either. Death was never a monster in our house. It was just a fact. A serious one. One that deserved respect. That doesn't mean the job is easy. Funeral homes run on strange hours. Most of my work happens at night or early in the morning, when the rest of the world is asleep or just starting their day. I smell like cleaning bleach more often than I'd like. Gets into your clothes, your hands, your hair. You can shower and still catch a trace of it later, like it's reminding you where you've been. Socializing is hard when your schedule doesn't line up with anyone else's. Friends learn not to ask what I'm doing on weekends. Dating is awkward until you get past the part where I explain what I do for a living. Still, makes for interesting icebreakers. You can tell a lot about someone by how they react when you say you run a funeral home. Some people get quiet. Some get nervous. Some get curious, and I don't mind any of it. I both love and hate this work. I love the structure. I love knowing what's expected of me. I love that there's a right way to do things and that doing them well matters. I love that families trust me on some of the hardest days of their lives. I hate the isolation. I hate how the hours blur together. I hate that some days follow me home whether I want them to or not. But this is my place. It's mine to steward. The building itself has been here longer than I have. Longer than my dad was when he first took over. Every generation added something small. A room, a hallway. A system that worked better than the last. Nothing flashy. Just improvements meant to keep things running smoothly. We took care of the dead, and we took care of the space where they stayed with us for a little while. One day this will all belong to someone else. That's how it works. Before that happens, there are things that need to be said, rules that need to be understood. And if you're going to take my place someday, it's best you know them. But more on that later. First things first, you should know about the place you want to work for, and you should know more about Ruby, most of all. Ruby is our family's hellhound. You'll see her before you see anything else in this building. She usually gets up before me and waits near the hallway or on the front steps. She's quiet in the mornings, more alert at night. Most people think she's just a mutt. She has a short coat and a solid build. Her face is expressive. She blinks like she's listening. When she sits, she leans into one side like it's a habit. She looks friendly, and for the most part she is. But she has horns. They curl back against her head, small and dark. When people notice them, I say it's a birth defect, some kind of bone growth. Most people don't know enough about dogs to argue. They make a few surprised noises, maybe ask what breed she is, then move on. I don't give a breed. I just call her a mix. That's not a lie, right? She was assigned here. Though I don't know by who, or how long ago her line has been watching this place. I didn't adopt her. She found me when I took over the building. My father never talked about her, but when he died and I returned home full time, she was already waiting inside. It didn't take long for her to follow me through every part of the day. Hellhounds are supposed to guard the gates of the underworld. That's their job. I'm not entirely sure what Ruby did before she ended up here, but someone must have decided that this place qualified. Technically speaking, I work for the dead. I prepare them, watch over them, Keep them safe until their families are ready to say goodbye. That seems to count. She doesn't speak, but she understands everything. She opens doors on her own, waits beside the dead like she's standing watch, and won't eat unless I do. I trust her more than anyone. This funeral home has been in my family for generations. It started as a small local business and grew over time. Families knew they could come here for care and respect. The rules were simple. We handled the body and prepared the services. We made sure every step between death and burial was done properly. But over the years, something changed. Death leaves traces. When you work in a space that constantly holds grief, memory, and the physical body itself, that energy, it builds. It's not haunted in the traditional sense. You won't find a ghost floating through the halls or an old figure waiting at the top of the stairs. But the energy, it is dense. Strange things happen here. And the rules started out as precautions to keep the workers safe. Those rules are the same ones I'm going to pass on to you. I won't ask why you took the job ad. We all have our secrets. That part doesn't matter to me. What matters is that you learn how to stay alive while you're in this building, and how to keep everything else where it belongs. We don't have a manual, but we do have our stories. Each one holds a rule, and each rule has a reason. I'll give you both. You'll need to remember them. All of them. The house doesn't forgive mistakes, so pay attention. There's a lot we're going to cover, but we'll start with the basics. This first rule is simple. Rule 1. Keep the lights on. Every room in the building must be lit at all times. Hallways, prep rooms, bathrooms, storage areas, everywhere. Every single space. Even the ones you're not using. Especially the ones you're not using. You'll find the master switches near the front desk and in the basement utility panel. Both are labeled. The lights are hooked up to the main grid, but there's a separate generator in the tool shed behind the building. That generator is for the mortuary only. It's wired to cover every room. If the main power cuts out, it should kick back on automatically. If it doesn't, you'll have to go outside and start it manually. There's a crank panel on the left side and a red fuel drum next to it. The instructions are posted inside the shed door. Refill it weekly. Keep a funnel nearby. The reason for this rule is simple. Your main job at the mortuary is to clean and prepare the dead. That's what everyone expects. Families come in, make their arrangements, and leave. You wash the body, dress it, set it out for visitation, and eventually get it to burial or cremation. It's careful, detailed work, and people think that's all there is to it. But that's not the whole job. What nobody explains until you get here is that you're also in charge of identifying and responding to anomalies. Most people never see one, but you will. We call it rot. Rot isn't decomposition. Rot is a spiritual condition. It shows up on the body in ways that aren't natural. Sometimes it looks like burns. Sometimes it's lesions that don't follow any medical pattern. The skin might be intact, but the structure underneath will feel soft or hollow. The mouth might hang open wider than it should. The teeth might be too long. Sometimes the limbs bend in ways they shouldn't. There's a manual in the office that lists every anomaly we know how to recognize. The important thing to know now is that rot is what's left behind when a demon starts the process of possession, but doesn't finish. The person died before the possession was complete, which means the body is left in a kind of halfway state. And that halfway state is dangerous. It's your responsibility to detect it. If you spot rot, you log it immediately in the red ledger. There's one on the prep table and a backup copy on the shelf near the embalming cabinet. You don't use the computer for that. We keep digital records for everything else, but anomalies go on paper. That book gets scanned and mailed once a week to a contact in Rome. Once you log it, you have to contain it That's where the rituals come in. For minor cases, you'll perform a cleansing on site. There's a set of supplies in the embalming drawer labeled clearance. Salt, oil, a candle, and a script. You'll memorize the steps. It takes 15 minutes if done correctly. For moderate cases, you add the prayer. That one's longer. You'll learn it in sections, and when in doubt, do both. For anything beyond that, if the signs are extreme, if the rot is spreading, or if the body moves, you call the number on the wall behind the desk. It rings through to a Vatican line. Someone will pick up, and you'll read them the information word for word. Don't try to explain, just say what you see. They'll send someone if it's serious. You'll stay with the body until they arrive. That's the procedure. Now back to the lights. Demons don't show their hand directly. They're subtle, especially in this stage. They hide their marks, and the easiest way for them to stay hidden is through low light. If the room isn't bright enough, you'll miss the signs. You might overlook a bruise that isn't a bruise, or a joint that looks fine until you touch it. In full light, you have a chance of catching it early. If the lights flicker or dim, check the bulb first. Sometimes it's just that. But if you replace it and the new bulb also dims, you move the body to another room and relight the entire area. You don't continue work in a space where the lighting can't be stabilized. You don't finish dressing the body. You don't resume until the issue is resolved. A possessed body, even one that's already dead, can still function as a spiritual conduit. That means if the signs go undetected and the body is released to the family, there's a chance the possession completes itself in a new host. That host, well, it might be a grieving spouse, a child, a caretaker, anyone who makes contact during a vulnerable moment. It doesn't happen often, but once is enough. The mortuary is the final checkpoint. We're the last step before the body leaves controlled space. That's why containment matters. A case of rot that slips through here can affect an entire home, and if the family tries to bury it, the consequences are worse. You might not hear about it right away, but it'll come back to us. This is why the light stays on. The things hiding in the dark stay away from brightly lit places. You remember the so-called boogeyman we were scared of as kids? The way we'd ask our parents to look under the bed or in the dark of the closet. Yeah? Kids notice more than adults do when it comes to the other side. They see things, and they sense things that the naked eye can't see. But what the kids see are real, and they're always prowling around looking for an opportunity. Demons and monsters, they're opportunists at heart. That's what we call a breach. There's no recovery once a breach starts. If the rot spreads and isn't contained, this building will begin to change. I've only seen it happen once, and we had to seal off half the prep wing. That section's still closed. We don't use it anymore. This is where it starts, with the lights. So that's your first rule. You keep them on, always. Don't worry about the electric bill. The Vatican takes care of that. Once you've got the lights sorted out, we move on to the next rule. Rule number 2. Follow protocols. This rule applies when things go wrong, and they will at some point. It's just the nature of the work. You'll be doing your job, thinking everything's going according to plan, and then something will shift. Sometimes the signs of rot appear gradually. The skin tightens, or the joints start to lock too early. Maybe the eyes don't close no matter how many times you try. Those cases are manageable. You follow the cleansing procedures, finish your work, and send the body out like normal. But sometimes it's more serious. If the body moves on its own, turns its head, opens its eyes, speaks in any way, you're dealing with an extreme case. At that point, the rot has advanced too far for simple cleansing. You follow the full procedure. No shortcuts. Start with salt. Always keep a jar in the prep room and another in the cooler. We use coarse salt, not fine grain. It holds energy better. If the body starts to animate in any way, you pour a full handful into its mouth. Don't worry about the teeth. Don't worry about the gums or the damage it might do. Just pour it in, close the jaw, and hold it shut with both hands. Next, do the same with the eyes. 1 pinch per eye. Pack it in firmly. The eyes don't need to be open. You can push the salt in through the eyelids if needed. The goal is to cut off access points. Possession requires entry. The mouth and eyes are the most direct. Once that's done, surround the body in a circle of salt. A full circle. Don't leave gaps. The floor should show a clear border around the table or stretcher. This step prevents the demon from reaching out. Even if there are other bodies in the room, this will block the spread. Demons can't possess the dead in full, but they can move through unprotected remains if the conditions are right. A circle of salt stops them from doing that. That's why it's important to move quickly, but carefully. Once the body is secured, check the hands. Turn each palm upward and inspect the skin between the base of the thumb and the wrist. Look for punctures. Sometimes they're clean. Other times they're ragged, like something tore its way through. If you see marks there, you're dealing with a second stage possession. Second stage is worse than basic rot. It means the demon has started mocking religious symbols, meant to strike fear and unease into the hearts of the workers handling the bodies. The body might start showing signs of mimicry, banging on doors, cupboards, or windows in patterns of 3, or making sounds that don't match the room. One of the most common is crying. If you hear a child crying and there's no child present, don't go looking for it. Don't open doors, don't check empty rooms. That sound is meant to draw you in. It's a lure. The best thing to do in that moment is confirm your surroundings, return to the body, and complete the next step of the protocol. Lock the body in containment. Each prep room has a metal container for secure storage. It's lined and reinforced. You'll find the key on a chain next to the light switch. Open the unit, place the body inside, and shut the door tight. The lock should catch on the first turn. Once it's sealed, salt the door, not just the handle. Line the threshold, top, bottom, and sides. When that's done, call the assigned priest. There's a contact list taped inside the main desk drawer. You'll find their names next to ours. They've been briefed on this location. They know the family name. They'll understand the situation without needing much detail. Just say, "This is a containment case. We've moved to second stage." Then give them the name of the deceased and the time of death. And stay on site until they arrive. When the priest begins the ritual, you remain in the room. You don't have to assist unless you're asked. You stand at the wall, say the prayers if you know them, and keep your hands in plain view. Your presence is what matters here. Demons use isolation as a means to corner and unease their victims. Sometimes it helps the priest just to have more people in the room. Some exorcisms last 20 minutes. Some take hours. The priest will tell you when it's done. Once it is, the room will feel still again. Your lungs will expand, and it'll feel like you can take a deep breath. You'll help them prepare the body for final rites. If it's damaged, and it usually is, you'll assist in basic restoration. Close the wounds if you can, set the face, repack the eyes. If the family asks about the injuries, you offer a soft explanation. Use words like fragile tissue, late-stage swelling, or post-mortem tearing. We care more about the exorcism than the aesthetics of the dead. Remember, saving the soul comes first. Always. Don't let the fear of a bad viewing stop you from doing what's necessary. If a body begins to move, it is no longer stable. If it speaks, it is no longer safe. The sooner you act, the less likely the damage will spread. That's why we follow protocol. This is the part of the job nobody likes to talk about. You'll learn the difference between a natural death and something else, not by sight, but by how it feels to be in the room. That instinct takes time to build. Until then, stick to the procedures. When in doubt, go back to the steps. Salt, contain, call, stay. If you follow protocol, you'll be fine. Probably. And that's all you need to know about that. This brings us to the third rule. Rule number 3. Respect Ruby. I mean that exactly as it sounds. You don't treat her like a pet, or give her commands unless you're trained to. You don't feed her table scraps, or try to dress her up in holiday sweaters. No matter how cute and fluffy Ruby is, she's still a hellhound, and your future partner. She doesn't belong to us. She belongs to whoever breeds and trains hellhounds, and I don't know who that is. I've never met him. I've never asked. From what I understand, they don't report to the church, and they don't follow human systems. They work in a different hierarchy, one that's older and probably more precise. When a hellhound arrives, it's because someone sent it. When it stays, it's because it has work to do. In our case, Ruby was sent to protect the people who work here. Hellhounds are tasked with 2 things. First, they guide or retrieve the dead. Second, they protect the living from spiritual interference when the dead are involved. In our line of work, that makes Ruby essential. Her job is to keep you safe. She's your companion. Yes, she'll walk beside you. She'll rest her head on your knee when you're eating lunch. She'll sleep in the prep room if you're pulling an overnight shift. She's affectionate. But most of all, she's here to make sure you don't end up like the people you're working on. Ruby is deeply invested in you not dying. But more than that, in you not getting possessed by a demon. There are 3 stages of demonic possession. You'll need to know them. The first is oppression. That's when the demon targets something from the outside. They cause small, continuous distress. Insomnia, irritability, feelings of worthlessness, shortness of breath, arguments that start for no reason, or accidents that keep happening at the worst times. The point is to wear the person down. Demons pick their targets based on stress. They don't go after happy people with stable lives. They look for grief, resentment, guilt, and fear. People who have experienced tragedy. People under pressure. People who are already close to the edge. That means us. Our work puts us at risk every day. We spend more time with the dead than the living. We keep odd hours. We clean bodies while the rest of the world is asleep. We see the results of pain, loss, and violence up close. Workers like us don't have a large support group or an active social life. That combination of stress and isolation makes us a prime target for the very things that we protect other people against. And that's where Ruby comes in. Just being near her helps. Her presence disrupts spiritual interference. It works like a barrier. You won't feel it directly, but if you pay attention, you'll notice that bad thoughts fade faster when she's close. Your focus sharpens. The building feels quieter. If you start to spiral, she'll nudge your leg or rest her chin on your arm. The second stage is obsession. This is where the demon focuses on the mind. It plants thoughts. It changes the way someone sees the world. It begins to infect the body from the inside out. That's when the rot starts. You already know what rot looks like on the dead. On the living, it's harder to spot. Sleep patterns change.
Speech becomes erratic. The person isolates. They stop following routines. They don't remember things they used to know. You'll see it slowly. They'll start to ignore their duties. They'll say the lights don't matter. They'll avoid the prep room. They'll laugh at protocol. If you ever feel like that, stop what you're doing and find Ruby. She won't bark or growl or bite you. She'll just sit there and look at you. If she doesn't approach, you're already too far along. If she follows you, there's still time. Spend time with her. Follow her lead. The condition corrects itself in a few days to a few weeks, just as long as you hold on to your values, reasoning, and sanity. The third stage is possession. That's when the soul gives up and a demon takes over. You've already learned how to handle that when it happens to the dead. If it happens to the living, Ruby will not wait for you to act. She'll act on her own. And that's why it's so important to recognize the signs early. Ruby will warn you before anything appears to be wrong. She might sniff a body longer than usual. She might pace in a room that feels fine to you. She might grow still and stare at a space on the wall or behind a cabinet. She sees things we don't. She hears things we never will. And her sense of smell is better than any test we have. Dogs are naturally good at detecting illness. You ever see those documentaries where the dogs are trained to detect cancer through smell alone? Ruby's sense has been refined to pick up early signs of rot. She can identify it before it shows on the skin. If she won't let you approach a body, trust her. Don't second guess it. Mark the body for review and begin protocols. I have seen her wake up from a dead sleep because someone walked in with a body marked clean that wasn't. I have seen her pace the hallway for hours before we found a structural fault that let in something we didn't want inside. I have seen her sit beside a worker for a full night just because he was going through something hard, and that made him vulnerable. She chooses what she does. Your job is to respect that. Feed her when she's hungry, walk her before dark, keep her water clean. If she follows you into the cooler and lays down beside a table, pay attention. That's her marking something. She won't move until the issue is resolved. If she stands by the front door and won't come in, do not open it. If she howls, get to her. She won't always make noise. Most of the time she's quiet. She patrols the halls. She watches the doorways and circles the viewing rooms before each service. She keeps her distance when families are grieving, or lays beside the wall when you're doing prep work. You'll start to notice that you feel steadier when she's around. Maybe all dogs do that. At least I think so. Just don't ever forget what she really is. Rule 4. So by now you've seen what kind of work this is. The hours are strange, the routines are strict, the threats aren't always visible. Some of them don't even come from the outside, which brings us to the next rule. Rule number 4. Accept death as part of life. Most of all, as part of your life. This rule is different than the others. It's not about what to do when the lights go out or when a body moves. Or when Ruby sits in the hallway and refuses to budge. This one is about what you're agreeing to, not just in the day-to-day, but in the long term. There's something you need to understand before you choose to stay here. Everyone who works in this building and chooses to remain will die on their 50th birthday. It's the agreement we've made with those above and below. I don't know who brokered the deal. It predates me, and it predates my father. But it's always been the same. If you take on this work, if you accept the full responsibility of protecting the living from demonic influence and guiding the dead safely across the threshold, then your time becomes limited.
The human soul was not built to endure long-term exposure to rot. We can protect ourselves. We can cleanse the space. We can keep the energy contained and the rituals sharp. But every time you touch a body that's been marked, something passes through you, a little at a time. Even with Ruby's help, even with every prayer spoken and every protocol followed, something gets in. If we didn't have the agreement, we wouldn't die, not in the normal sense. Without it, we would change. Over time, we'd begin to take on the same qualities we try to stop in others. We would twist into something we were never meant to become. Rot doesn't just live in flesh. It lives in what's left. And over enough years, even the strongest mind will start to bend under it. The agreement prevents that. It gives us a peaceful, controlled ending. At 50 years old, to the day we pass. No suffering, no rot, no change. We go as ourselves, human, whole. You don't have to guess when it'll happen. You won't be surprised. You'll feel it in the weeks leading up to it. You'll finish your work, you'll say your goodbyes, and you'll go. My mother and father both passed that way. Same year, same age, only a few months apart. They knew the date their whole lives, and they never feared it. They worked here together until the very end. I remember the day my mom turned 50. She came down the stairs like it was any other morning. She brewed coffee. She read the mail. She gave me the warmest, tightest hug and told me to have a good day. I smiled and wished her happy birthday. Then she sat on the front porch with Ruby at her side. And that's where she passed, peacefully and finally at rest. My father followed not long after. They were buried side by side. The plot was already reserved, and the headstones were ready. Some people argue with it. Sure, they fight it. I've seen workers try to outrun it. They leave town, they change their names, but it finds them. That's part of the deal. Once you accept the work, you accept the end that comes with it. There's no escape. But there is peace in it. When you know the shape of your end, you stop fearing every corner. You stop wasting time. You do your work well. You care more, not less. You understand the cost, and you make your life matter while you have it. That's what I've chosen. I still have time. I'm not close to the deadline yet. But I won't live to old age, and I've been waking up with more grays in my hair than not. I won't retire in a cabin in the woods or move to a beach somewhere. I'll be buried in the same family plot as my parents. My headstone is already carved. It sits in the back of the storage room, wrapped in cloth. That's why I'm telling you this now. I want to give you a fair choice. If you choose to stay, you'll live a life of purpose. You'll know exactly what you're working toward. You'll understand every day that passes is part of something larger. You'll see things most people never will. You'll help families through the hardest moments of their lives. You'll keep this place stable. You'll fight back against the things that most people don't believe in or don't want to. You'll do good work. And when your time comes, you'll know it was worth it. But if that's not the life you want, I understand. You don't have to stay. You can walk away. You can forget all this. You can leave this town, change your number, never look back. If you want, you can live your life without any rules but your own. Maybe it'll be messy. Maybe it'll be uncertain, but it'll be yours. I won't stop you. But if you say yes, we keep going. We finish the training. We go over every rule.
We run the rituals together. You'll do the prep work with me watching your hands. You'll say the words and I'll listen. You'll learn how to read the signs in time to act. You'll earn Ruby's trust. And when I go, this place will be yours. So that's the choice. I'll support whichever path you pick. But if you choose to stay, I need to hear you say it out loud. And once you do, we begin. I won't ask you today. Tomorrow, when the sun goes down, I'll ask your decision. But for now, there's work to do. And I think the body in room 4C just moved. Hey, I hope you enjoyed the video. Special thank you to all my patrons. If you'd like to become a supporter on Patreon, there's a link in the description. I hope you have a great night, and thanks for watching.